Asleep amidst the trees, bats all a swaying in the breeze, but one soul lies anxious, wide awake, fearing all manner of ghouls, hags, and wraiths. For your dolly sleep has flown, don't dare let her tremble alone, for the witcher, heartless, cold, paid in coin of gold. He comes, he'll go, leave naught behind but heartache and woe. Deep, deep woe. Birds are silent for the night. Cows turned in as daylight dies. One soul lies anxious, wide awake, fearing all manner of ghouls, hags, and wraiths. My dear dolly, Polly, shut your eyes, lie still, lie silent, utter the cries as the witcher, brave and bold, paid in coin of gold. He'll chop and slice, he'll cut and dice, he'll eat you up whole, eat you whole. His smile fair as spring, as towards him he draws you. His tongue sharp and silvery as he implores you. Your wishes he grants as he swears to adore you. Gold, silver, jewels, he lays riches before you. Dues need be repaid, and he will come for you. Oh, to reclaim, no smile to console you. Snare you in bonds, eyes glowing of fire. To gore and torment you till the stars expire.
A long time ago, in a land not so far away, a king and a queen tried so desperately for a child. But alas, no matter how hard they tried, the queen did not bear fruit. So they turned to the Fae for help, and one of the forlorn heeded their plight. A woman dressed in white, a dress so pristine it seemed like dandelions weeping in the winds. "I shan't help you, king and queen. You shall bear a child," she spoke. "What do you want in return?" the suspicious king replied. "Kindness, for me and for all," the Fae spoke and was gone. And indeed, not 3 moons pass as the belly of the queen starts growing, and only mere months later, the queen gave birth to a fair and innocent girl. As the first year went by, the king and queen held a celebration, inviting all the nobles of the realms to celebrate their daughter's birthday. On that day, a storm was brewing and shrouded the night sky in a thick sea of blackness. While the kings and queens delighted in the comfort of their castle, the winds whipped against the stony walls of Castle Grimoiria, though throughout it all, a knocking could be heard. At the gate, an old woman stood, dressed in rags, and with a pitiful plea asked, "Please, lords and ladies, won't you shelter an old woman from the winds?" The nobles chuckled as the king gave the order to close the gates in the old woman's face. But before the gates could shut, a wind tore them open, and in place of the old woman, the Fae in white stood tall. "Have you forgotten the one thing I asked of you? Kindness for all? And yet you deny me a kindness that costs you nothing." The king pleaded for forgiveness, but the heart of the Fae grew cold as ice as she spoke a curse. "Once she turns of age, the curse shall strike the realms of man and Fae alike. The child will die, the hope will seep. Only thorny roses you will reap." And with the flashing light of a thunder, she was gone. And with her, all hopes in the lands of Grimoiria. The castle, entombed in thorny roses, was sealed by the Fae folk, but the curse was too powerful and seeped into the land itself, turning it into a dark and hopeless place, where nightmares spring forth real, and heroes find their end. Yet, so it is said, there is still hope. For it is said that if worthy heroes venture forth into the cursed lands, and free the child from her prison, this also might free the land of Grimoiria from its cursed slumber. And with that, I welcome you all to another night of the tabletop role-playing goodness. Just give me a second to settle in here again. Everybody else should be able to be heard on stream, I hope at least.
Hello.
Hey.
Oh yeah, that sounds good.
Okay,
Hello
good.
everyone, hello chat, hello you three. Welcome to another Saturday where we're playing some pen and paper. Boop the kitten. Is that a bless or a curse for you, Solia?
I won't disclose an answer right now.
All right, what you just saw was our introduction to the to tonight's setting that we're playing. We are in the lands of Grimoiria, a land of twisted fairy tales that are, at least in the world we're playing in, known for being the source of all curses. And why that's gonna be interesting for us, we're gonna hear once we go to character introductions. But before we go to character introductions, how about we go to out-time character introductions? And tonight I have 3 awesome people with us. One a mainstay on pen and paper streams on this channel. But 2 new faces should be here. I guess this is the second face reveal we're doing on my pen and paper streams with you, Zero.
Yep.
So yeah. Let's start with you, Zero. Do you want to introduce yourself to the chat?
I am Zero. As has already been announced. No, I'm Zero. I stream a lot on Twitch, and that's how I met Naro. Naro popped into my chat one day, and has been a mainstay there since, hopping in and out. And I made some music for him for his game, and
True.
now I have been invited into this madness.
Well, it's a slippery slope into the foxhole. Wait, that came out wrong.
Damn it.
So yeah, Sears here. You can check him out in the stream. What are you currently playing?
Hollow Knight.
Hollow Knight, your first playthrough of Hollow Knight. True. I tamed in when I could. Oh, such a great game. And
To come to ZeroTheHyena.
did you try to shout out?
Yes.
Let me do it. Oh no, he's not in the chat. That's why it's difficult. So yeah, that's his chat. You can also find with the commands what, chars, players, and story. You can find out all the information for tonight. So if anybody's joining in late, you can point them towards these commands so they know what's going on. Gotta change the music because that was too harsh. So, second one, Solia. You want to introduce yourself? I mean, a cat that bears no introduction, actually, but still. Do you wanna tell us about yourself?
Hello, I'm Solia. I know everybody knows me as the water kitty or other kitty. Yes, I'm a variety streamer. I always love being in the pen and papers with Naro because he's an awesome DM. And I'm always happy to be here and live with the madness.
All right, thank you. Just preparing a couple more things, and for the first time, for this pen and paper was actually meant as a Halloween one shot, but it got a bit delayed because I was trying to get players together, and we had the idea. I think Solia also said that would be a cool idea to take someone from the chat community and sit them in front with us to let them play with us. So last year I made it so you could register for a raffle to be part of this story, and Pollux, who's also mainstay on my channel, I think from the very beginning you're here, he is the lead tester of my RPG game. I caused him a lot of headache, but he is saving me a hell of a lot of work and headache. And now he is here in this gruesome story. Do you want to introduce yourself, Pollux?
Sure thing. So I'm Pollux. Yeah, I'm not a Twitch streamer, but I'm also not on the first time on this stream because we already played together without video, but
Yeah.
and I was fortunate enough to win this raffle, so I'm excited if my luck with dice will hold today.
I'll hope. For both of us, for me to have good rolls and for you to have good rolls, depending on what's gonna happen in the story, but what's gonna happen in the story. So, as we already introduced the world of Grimoiria, the land that is the source of all curses, our 3 players will be cursed. That is the reason why they travel to Grimoiria, because there are rumors that if you find this, if you break the first curse that has happened there, which was the whole story with the child and the king and the queen, that we heard in the introduction. That would also destroy all the other curses. So our 3 here, by chance or by their own fault, are cursed, and try to remedy that by venturing into Grimoiria. Before we get to their characters, this is where you chat come in. I hope Aaron is still doing it. If not, then I guess he hasn't posted in a while, so I have to reopen the poll. For each scene we today play, you chat can decide whether you want to curse or bless our party. And I guess it's pretty self-explanatory, but if you bless them, their chance of their curse getting triggered will lower.
but if you curse them, the chances of their curse being triggered rises, and if it reaches 100%, there will be madness happening, I think. What the particular curses will be for each character, every character can introduce themselves later, but I'm gonna start the poll. Shall the party be cursed or blessed? So I hope Aaron, our chatbot, yes, it's there. So you can vote. I will take a look at the poll after each scene is done, and then we'll either have some fun or some relief depending on what's happening. But without further ado, we talked about the session, we talked about the story, but what we need to talk about even more is who are you three tonight? And now I go the other way around. I would start with Pollux. Do you want to introduce yourself in character?
Sure. So my name is Joseph Kornfeind. I'm the huntsman, or the former huntsman of the queen. And once my queen ordered me to kill a little child, so I took her to the woods, and somehow she sensed that she was in danger, and she started crying. But I had to do my duty, and I sliced her throat open, and blood spilled all over her white skin. And I cut her heart out, brought it back to the queen, which she used for some kind of witchcraft. And because this action weighs heavily on my soul, I was cursed at this moment.
And what is your curse?
So it seems to be that I'm cursed with youth because I killed this young child. So every time my curse stroke strikes me, I get younger.
Yeah, he's our Benjamin Button of the group. So every time... what's your name, by the way?
Joseph Kornfeind.
Joseph Kornfeind. So every time Joseph's curse is triggering, he gets younger and younger and younger until he, poofs out of existence. So thank you for that introduction. Solia, who are you playing tonight?
I'm Salsa Slimori, also known as Sar, or by other people in the village, also just known as Sar from the woods. I'm a normal human, but I have raven black hair, and sometimes I cry a little tar out of my eyes, or I puke blood or other things, so just like a normal human being would. And I was made to live in the woods because I have a particular interest in the arcane, which normally isn't so much bad, but I tend to explode stuff I try to research arcanically. And I love the chaos, I love the birds, and I think that's all about me.
Well, thank you, Sar, for that introduction. What is your curse?
Oh, I am cursed with, the problem with the chaos is that it's very chaotic. And so my spells tend to go haywire. And that chaos around me had somehow broken into me and cursed me with chaos. Which is normally fine, but you need to control it a bit.
All right, and that brings us, last but not least, Zero. Who are you today? Or tonight, sorry.
I am playing a very stalwart knight named Sir Ferid Ashbridge, who is supposed to be the leading example of what chivalry should be in the world. And he was a knight, he was born into a noble family, and when he came of age, he was inducted properly and given his first assignment, so to speak, which was to protect a noblewoman while she attended her courtly endeavors. But one night that didn't go so well, and under some very mysterious circumstances, she seemed to have perished, and he was blamed for it. So he failed in his duty. And now he's searching for a way to remedy that and kind of get his reputation back.
All right. And what is your curse?
His curse is because he failed in his duty, it's manifested in a way that makes him start burning and turning to ash and cinders whenever he strays from his kind of chosen chivalrous path.
All right. Now that we have every introduction out of the way. Oh, my brother's already fond of you. He's blessing you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Valerius. All right. So, as Pollux already demonstrated, this is kind of a dark setting. So for anybody who is faint of heart, there will be blood and gore in this story, depending on what choices our players decide to take upon themselves and what endeavors they get themselves into. So if that's not your thing, I'll urge you to discretion. But
Okay.
yeah. No, you need to stay. This is your real life curse playing with me. All right. So let us begin then. Let's up the mood a tiny bit. Okay, yeah, sounds good. We have heard that the land of Grimoiria has fallen to shadows and darkness, that curses spring forth from this land, and are trying to grasp around them in the neighboring kingdoms where you originally all hail from. I will start with you, Zero. You have heard on your journey that there would be a way to break everyone's curse and the curse of Grimoiria if you can break the first curse that was laid upon the land by the fairies. As you were researching how to best do that, a lot of people always said that those kinds of people looking for salvation from their curse make stop at the so-called Dead Wolf's Inn, and that is the place you try to get to. You have left, you have crossed the border to Grimoiria, very unconspicuous for you, as it doesn't seem to be any different than any other land you've seen. It is night, the sun has already set. Do you have a horse or do you travel by foot?
Yes, I have a horse.
You have a horse, so yeah, you're on horseback. You can hear the sound of the hoofs in the dirt road that you travel. You haven't met anyone that came from that road, nor anybody that traveled with you on that road. You're just starting to get to the edge of a forest, of a thick forest, so you can see on the horizon already the dark sea of trees grow in front of you. There's slight fog going on. The weather is rather moist. It's kind of cold, but you're well equipped for that kind of weather. And so you trot down the road and you see, maybe a mile off, you see light in the distance. What do you do?
I stop for a moment as I'm coming like on the road, coming towards the inn. I see the light and I kind of lean over and pet my horse, and I whisper in its ear, there, nearly there. Come on now. And then I get going again.
Yeah. As you come closer, in the middle of the road, something seems to appear. It's a shadowy figure that travels on the road. And what you see is... Solia, would you describe yourself?
Jet black hair, raggedy clothes, high kappa. raggedy clothes. Everything is kind of dirty, kind of has grass rubbed all over there, and kind of a hunch, but as soon as you get closer to him and you see him, he just straight up and goes normally to you.
You just in the middle of the road.
Yes.
Yes, that's where he is. So he's trotting there. Like, I don't know if you have a staff or anything, but yeah, was just walking there, kind of hunched over. You approach, your horse is kind of like suspicious
You
and
have a
starts to slow
staff,
down.
but on my back.
And then he's straightening out and looks at you. So, yeah, what do you two want to do?
I pull on the reins a little bit and hold up, and kind of tilt my horse off to a kilter, so it's like side facing. And I look at Tsar, and I say, "Are you quite all right there, friend?"
Oh, I'm dandy fine. How are you, my new friend?
Weary.
Oh, did you have long travels? Do you need to rest somewhere?
Do you? I I hold up a finger.
Yeah.
And I look off towards the light in the distance. Was that coming from Tsar, or was that like a building that's just down the road?
A building down the road. So now that you trotted couple more meters, you encountered Tsar, and you see very clearly, still a distance off from the actual thicket of the woods, there is like a house there, and there is torches, and you can see the light coming out of windows as well.
Okay. I'm looking for the Dead Wolf Inn. Have you heard of it?
No.
You're not?
Then I suggest you clear the way then, friend.
Do you have cleaning materials so I can clear the way?
No, that is to say, what I mean is, you should move to the side of the road so I can carry on with my journey.
Just stare at him
Mm-hmm.
and move sideways.
All right. Yeah. So Tsar's clearing the road.
Very kind of you. Thank you.
I don't know how voting works, Cap, but yeah, you did it right. It's !V and then either cursed or blessed. It just doesn't give you a response if it's correctly. For anybody who just joined in, you can curse or bless our players. At the end of each scene, I will take a look at the poll, and then things are going to happen. But yeah, right. So
You should stay off the road. If I was coming at a gallop, I might have rode you down.
Oh, that's fine. Wouldn't be the first time that would happen.
If your attire is anything to go by, I would believe you.
Oh, why, thank you. That was the nicest thing I heard today.
You're welcome. Like pulls his cloak over a little bit, as if he's a little bit scared of getting himself tarnished by this weird man in the road.
And then yeah, you start trotting again. Your horse, you can feel the closer you get to the Dead Wolf's Inn, the more your horse gets uneasy. So you can feel that you have to, leashes stronger and press the horse forward. Seems to be not wanting to get any closer to the forest. You can see, if you look behind you, Tsar trotting behind you. Kind of keeping pace, and you two reach the place that the light is coming from. It's a house. It has a wooden roof. There is, and that's the first thing that you notice, Farron. There seems to be the head, like a giant taxidermied head of a wolf in above the entrance of it. in like a very old and almost fainted letters below it says Dead Wolf's Inn. And you can see as you're stepping towards the entrance of the inn that there's already a person there that is trying to get inside, or like just seem to arrive. Pollux, do you want to introduce, describe yourself?
Hey, what can you see of me? So I'm wearing a coat made of different animal skins. Beneath that, I've leather clothing, and I carry with me a hunting rifle and a backpack. And on the side, there's a large bear trap hanging on the backpack. I'm a little bit, dirty, maybe from the walk through the woods. And also carry 2 dead rabbits with me, which are already gutted out, but still with their skin intact.
Yeah, as you approach the wolf's inn, Joseph, you hear the clip-clopping of hoofs behind you, and as you turn around, you see a knightly figure on horseback, and we have not let you introduce yourself, describe yourself how you look like, Zero. So do you want to do that now?
Yeah, he's got kind of medium long, swept back, kind of like silver blonde hair. He's very well groomed. He's quite pale. He's got green eyes. He's wearing plate armor, and he's got this long, flowing blue cloak. He has a long sword at his waist, and he is carrying a shield on a strap over his back. He also has a longbow, but it's on his horse's saddle, on his horse's back, right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's Baron.
That's Baron. Yeah. So, and behind the horse and the knightly figure, you see a kind of rugged, shady looking, dirty looking person, also approaching the entrance of the inn. What? And that's my favorite sentence of each pen and paper. What do you guys want to do?
I try to open the door.
Yeah. So
and step in.
You just throw each other a glance, and Joseph is opening the door, and warm air is coming from the inside. As you step into a very makeshift but pretty cozy looking little tavern. You step in. There is a counter that seems to be made out of multiple what you would assume like old road signs, because you can still see like fainted letters or letters that have been rubbed off. And behind that is what surprises you, a rather young looking woman with a red coat over her shoulders, a hood in her face, and she's like cleaning the counter as she looks over to you. You see, she's wearing rather practical clothes. You can't see which, like, boots or something is hidden behind the counter. And as she looks up to you, you see that her face is like horribly scarred, and one of her eyes seems to be dead and silvery, but like the silvery dead eye stares at you as well as the healthy one, and she's just nodding at you, waits for you to come in. What are the others doing?
I follow very closely behind Joseph.
Yeah, you tie down your horse on the side. It still is very, very uneager to stay, so it's like very uneasy. As you have to make a roll for. Do you have horse riding or like?
I do, yeah.
Yeah, make a roll.
Okay. That's a 4.
That's a 4. That's a crit. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. You know exactly how to talk to your horse. I mean, what does your horse have a name?
It's just Chestnut.
It's just Chestnut.
Just Chestnut.
Yeah, you pat Chestnut on the side of its head, calm it down. He lets you bind him down, and then you enter the tavern as well. Tsar, what are you doing?
I go to Chestnut.
Mm-hmm. Like as soon as you like move towards him, he's like shimmying away.
Good doggy. And go into the tavern.
All right. So as you three enter the tavern, you see that there's no other patrons? Is that the
Okay.
word? I think it is, yeah. There are no other patrons there. Like the tavern seems empty. There are a couple of tables, also very rugged and makeshift. They have notches and scratches all over them, but otherwise it's very clean inside. So there's like no like dirty floor or anything. Seems fine. And as you enter, the girl's looking up at you. Like, good evening, gentlemen. What can I do you for?
Evening, girl. I want a beer.
Beer?
Do you accept this as tender and give her my 2 rabbits?
Oh, that should cover it. And she takes them, hangs them behind her on the wall, where you can see a multitude of hunting tools and a crossbow hanging, as well as another head of a wolf. And she just leaves them there, steps behind the counter into another room, comes back with a jug of ale and a glass for you, and sits it down.
I took the ale and take a seat facing to the door.
Okay. What are the other two doing? So she turns towards you and is like, you two?
I hear there's an ounce of truth in every story, and from what I've heard, this is the place to be.
Depends on what you're looking for, my friend, but sure. Can I get you something? I can't do wine, but maybe we'll find something for you.
I will start with an ale.
Right. You got some coin?
Of course.
Yeah.
And I hand over the appropriate amount of coin.
That's fine. He accepts the appropriate amount of coin and gives you the appropriate amount of ale for it. And when she is looking like, you seem like a misfit group of people. What can I do for you?
I take a seat.
She looks at Zara. But yeah, where do you take a seat?
I just take a seat at the bar.
Okay, sure.
I heard that all kinds of cursed people are gathering here.
Well, we are barely in the lands of Grimoiria, so that is obviously something that happens here. Are you... And she looks at the other two. Are you, like, cursed people? You have to be careful.
I wanna research the curse, so as long as I'm in the right land, I'm fine with where I am. Thank you.
Researching a curse? I mean, I heard a lot of stupid things in my time here, but that must be... Well, you do you, man. Can I get you something?
No. And I just sit with them.
Okay. Cool, yeah, she, like, gives something to drink, then leaves you a bit of space. While she just, like, leans against the wall. Keeping an eye on you, because you bunch seem a bit shady. And, yeah, then she's just, like, hanging out there. And...
Who killed all these wolves?
Who'd you think? Not much of a crowd here, don't you think?
It was you?
Sure. I mean, I got my personal business here as much as you three seem to be. So
What do you have against wolves?
let's just
I
say
don't-
let's just say I have my reasons. And she's like staring at you with that eye.
I stare back.
Roll for staring contest.
Can I roll for
You can roll for
scary?
creepy. Yeah, roll for creepy scary. Best social interaction skill I've ever read.
27 out of that is I always forget how to do the 45, so 37 out of 45. I did it.
37 out of 45?
I rolled a 37 and I have 45 for
Oh,
my
okay, I get it. Yep. Yeah, then you made it. So yeah, like she's like she's returning your stare, and as you just sit there and then start licking your lips, or like one eye seems to droop like lower than the other eye, but then you like focus again, and she's like, and turns her gaze away and like starts resorting the cups in the shelves.
Did she tell me now the reason?
What? No?
I asked the other two.
Oh.
Did she tell me the reason?
The what now?
What does she have against wolves?
I think she was implying that her injury is the reason she does not like wolves.
Why didn't she tell me then so? I even did my friendliest stare at her to get the answer.
My friendship stare.
Perhaps it is a sore subject.
And then
Will
you
I
sit
ever
there.
understand people?
Then you sit there, drinking ale, sitting in awkward silence. You hear the crackling of the fire.
I get my staff out,
Mhm.
put it down, and using a sitting aid.
How does it look?
It's just before me, like
Oh, okay.
I'm walking but sitting.
Oh, I see. Right. All right. So she looks into her arms like, do you guys need a room or two?
Oh yes, that would be more than marvelous. Can I get a room?
Do you have money?
No.
And I'm sorry, no.
What is beyond this road?
Beyond this
Which
road?
way?
The forest. It's a cursed place. I mean, I guess everything's cursed here, so not much difference, but yeah, there's just a forest. Should be careful. I mean, I guess you're after the rumors of the faith.
I'll
Yes.
start there. Sure.
Well, yeah, a bunch of people, like occasionally people come down this road, saying that beyond the forest, you can find the fae that is like responsible for everything here. But let's just say most people I only see once.
Only once.
Yeah.
Do they turn into wolves?
The
and
lucky
hunt
ones I
them
see
then?
twice, so
Once.
damn it,
As in-
man. The forest is dangerous.
They-
That's what I'm
they-
saying here.
So, not only do people go out in search of this fae, they do not return, and people do not go and investigate why they do not return.
Who do you think should investigate? It's like the next city
Who do you
is
think?
miles off, and it's not in Grimoiria. Like, this place is in shambles. Only very desperate people come here.
What do the people say that you see twice?
They are usually not inclined to talk about whatever they found in the forest. And some of them look hurt, if that makes sense. At least one came back with only one arm and half a leg, so... I mean, the rest of the body was still there, but you know what I mean, right?
Did he have it in his sack? Or where did he carry that arm and half a leg?
I must admit, I was not as curious to ask him where he stored his lost limbs. But next time, I'll definitely try to do so. And he's like
Okay,
leaning
good
over
to
to you,
know.
Current's like, what is his issue?
I do not know this man.
So you're not traveling together?
No.
I lean in closer to her.
It's like, yeah, wait. Just to describe the situation. So like, she gets distance between Sar and her, leans into Farron, and then like a creepy Sar so slowly from the side bumps into the conversation.
Goodness gracious, man, give us some space.
I thought he was saying something now, but he's just creeping into the conversation, I guess.
How do you give someone space? Space is all around us.
Yeah, that's
Is
why
this-
you leave more space in between you and other people, especially when you smell. Like, you smell really bad person.
I don't smell bad. I smell out of herbs and stuff.
I can't argue with that.
Herbs are good for you. They are good herbs. Do you want some good herbs?
Yeah. What you got, man?
I rummage in a little satchel I have and pull out a twig of rosemary.
That's all you got?
I mean, I would have more. But that is good herb.
Good herb.
I've seen better. Not gonna lie. So yeah, you guys want a room, or are you going somewhere, or can I help you with anything else?
Can
So
I?
gather all of you want to break the curse?
So you are cursed
Yeah.
people. Is anybody of you gonna explode or turn into flames?
Almost certainly not.
Do you have lying?
Shit, I don't.
roll for your social stat.
Oh, okay. That's 98.
98. She looks at me and like, you gotta be kidding me. You're not gonna burst into flames, and as you do, you roll for your curse, please, because you are lying, and you're a knight. You are not supposed to lie.
Okay, that's D100, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
If it's above your curse value, which is currently 30, then it's fine. Otherwise,
Yeah. 79.
79. So yeah, nothing happens. So like you look at yourself a little worried as you were telling a lie, but seemingly nothing happens. Like. Okay, so if you're the guy that burst into flames, then I would really appreciate not staying here. And she's like pointing at all the wood around you. Like, I don't have much, but what I have is important to me.
Where is the nearest inn?
The nearest inn? In Grimoiria or like in general?
From here.
Guess half a day's horseback ride from where you came from?
I see.
I mean, it's not much difference, really. I mean, if you want a room for just hanging out, it's fine, but the sun never rises in Grimoiria anyway, so... Better get used to the drab look. I mean, he seems like he's cool with it and points at Tsar.
I'm cool with everything.
Naturally. Okay. I can... He doesn't seem to know how to handle this rejection.
Do you want help with researching the curse?
What's with the silent dude over there? And he's pointing at Joseph. What's his deal?
Depends on if they sat on my table or not.
No, they said they were just like launching at the bar, and you were sitting at the
Because
table next to the
otherwise I
bar,
will
looking at the door.
look just a little bit bewildered from their behavior and just turned a little bit to the side that I'm not directly facing to them. But as she speaks to me, I would say that's none of your business if I have to curse or not.
Well, it is my business if you burn my house down, but like, I'm not judging. Most people coming here are cursed, so.
Finish
mean-
my drink.
He seems like he can handle
Well-
himself. He bartered right away.
And I say thank you for your hospitality and attempt to leave the building.
Okay. Do you know where you're going?
I have my way. I will go deep in the woods. So it's. What does it mind you where I go?
Oh, I mean, I'm not the best person around, but if you would just walk into the woods, you probably lose your way. The woods are... They don't like strangers, they barely accept me, but let's just say that you should keep an eye on the road you're traveling. If you go like half a mile down to the edge of the forest, there should be like a fork in the road. And as long as you stay on that, you should be fine, but I can't guarantee of what you find in there. I usually only venture like an hour in at best, if at all.
Have these roads been dangerous, more dangerous as of late, I should say?
Well, ever since the whole... She points out the window where it's dark and there's fog creeping in. Ever since the whole mess, you never know what you find. The forest itself seems to have a mind of its own. Like, sometimes I swear it starts changing when I turn my back to it. So, as long as you stay on the roads, you usually at least find your way out. Can't guarantee what happens if you lose your way.
Why do you keep living here?
Like I said, weird old man. Are you old? Like, how old are you?
Do you know the pictures where you look at it and you don't know if it's a toddler or a really, really old person?
Okay. Like I said, you old, young, weird thing, I have my reasons. I can fend for
The
myself.
reasons are.
None of your business.
So
Wow.
you want coin for the answer?
Do you have a coin?
No.
Then it's still none of your business.
I follow that. How did I overhear someone say when someone's grumpy? Ray of sunshine out there, and follow the huntsman.
As I leave as I step through the door, I say to her, I will find my way, but I appreciate your warnings. And,
Good luck to you.
I'm-
You're gonna need it.
And I step out and follow the road as she described. In a
I
circle.
quickly get up from the bar and follow them out, and I kind of call after Yosef and say, company for the road, safer in numbers.
How do you know my name?
True, he never introduced himself.
No, I didn't call his name in character.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So again, you just
You wanna join up?
Huh?
Company for the road.
Yep.
I need no company, but I don't bother if you go the same way as I do. But I will not wait for you.
I
And
shouldn't
don't
think.
don't expect from me that I will help you if you're in danger.
So, as you are standing in front of the Dead Wolf's Inn, arguing about whether you should travel together and how your conditions of traveling together would be, you hear Farron, your chestnut, audibly blows air out and starts to get a little nervous as you hear a very raspy, weak voice. Help me. Please. Won't you help me?
Where's the voice coming from?
You turn around and left to the exit. Like, from your side, it's not right because you were exiting the inn. But to your right side, you see a stack of cages. And in one of the cages, that is locked down with a big, sturdy iron lock, you see two sad-looking eyes back at you. You can't really see anything else because it's too dark and it's too far away. There's somebody there. The voice is coming from there, like, please, if you walk away, she'll come out. The red devil, she will torture me. Please, won't you help me?
You mean the woman inside the bar?
Demon, the red devil, yes. She
Do we
stalks.
hear the voices as well?
Yes. Now that he is starting to talk into like the darkness, you can hear
Okay.
something responding as well.
Because I would try to identify what this creature is.
What skill do you have that would be?
I
applicable
have
to it?
monster, which
Oh,
is knowledge.
Yeah, sure.
Nope. It's a 76 out of 40, so I don't
You,
recognize.
the only thing that you can clearly see are its eyes that are kind of like dull, shining in the darkness and looking rather weak and sad at you. That's all you can make out. So it's hard to say what it is. Cage is rather big. So, but you can see how big the creature inside is.
Is this like it's just like a traveling cage, like on a wagon, or is this like a set cage?
Well, it's a cage. It has like a wooden top and bottom and like sturdy big bars, and there's like a door in front where the lock is on there, and there's like a big iron lock that's hanging there.
Right next to the inn.
Yeah, right next to the inn. It's like if you go to the side, you see some cages there on the corner of the inn.
What does the woman do to you if she comes out?
She burns me with fire. She cuts me with steel. She wants to know where my children are.
Why?
To do the same to them as she does to me.
Are you a wolf?
Yes. I'm an animal of the forest.
Would you eat me if you weren't in that cage?
I don't know how to answer that. I wouldn't eat you now if you'd free me. I would just leave and find my children. Please, won't you help me?
I get closer and cast find keys on that lock.
Okay.
Cause
Cast.
I have that spell.
And then you roll for your curse, please.
First, I roll on the spell. Yes, works.
Works. So yes. How does find key work? Do you just feel where the key is, or does it give you something visibly that you can follow?
And that is 40, so I'm over my curse.
Yeah. So the curse doesn't trigger. So yeah. So how does find key feel to you? Look like to you?
It's just like a silver line
Mhm.
now directly through every wall, pointing or connecting me the thing to the keys.
Okay.
If
So yeah.
only I see that, or is it visible to everybody?
I would say that
inside?
only you can see it. But yeah, you see like a silver lining go through the air from the lock to basically just the wall of the inn, where there's like a board of keys just hanging there, and one of those seems to be the one that the Silver Strand leads to.
I turn to the other two that I think now listening also, and just say, do you want to do this the quick and dirty way, or do you want to sneak in?
No, it's on the outside of the wall. It's just there. It's next to the cages. It's just out of
Yeah,
reach.
I'm talking to I'm just talking to the other two people.
Okay.
What do you want to do?
Just answer my question. Quick and dirty, or do I have another way?
I think I can't follow you.
Okay, I'll show what the quick and dirty way
Wait.
is.
Hold on. Before you do anything, people do not end up in cages for no good reason. What are you doing?
Do you mean me, or do you mean the thing in the cage?
What are you suggesting exactly?
I'm gonna free them.
Why?
Why not?
Do you not think she is in there for a reason?
The girl inside is a hunter who clearly hunts cursed things. This is a cursed thing. I am a cursed thing. So we kinda have a connection.
Logic checks out.
If I were you, I wouldn't touch this cage and just go my way.
I begin to shimmy around the house.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
follow around and I say, okay, look, if you're gonna do it quick. Let's go.
Okay, can you go please in and say anything to her, and as soon as I distract her, you're gonna grab that key. And can we is there a window?
Yeah, there are 2 windows, none that would give you view of the cages or the keyboard.
Oh god damn it, then I go around the house with him again, and I show him the key.
I can't quite follow what you want to do. So like, just reiterate
want-
what the situation is. There are the cages next to the inn, and right on the inn, on the outside of there's like some shelves with some more smaller
Oh, on the
cages,
outside,
and
I thought
there
the
is a keyboard.
was on the inside.
Yeah, they're just keys, and they seem to be all like different keys for all these cages just laying around. Because there's like the creatures in the bottom one, then there's one empty next to it, one that's on top of it, and a couple of smaller ones.
In my head, I looked inside, and the board with the keys is inside.
No. It's on the outside. That's why I said I reiterate again, because you want to distract her, even though you don't have to. It's like there's
Yeah. Okay.
the keys are just there because those are like tools and nothing more.
I take the key and open it.
In the meantime, I shake my head and ready my rifle.
Probably a good choice. Just give me a second. Just changing the music. Well, if it would cooperate, which it does not.
Did it lie? It said it wouldn't try to eat me if I free it.
Well, if I tried to eat you, I would say the same thing now, wouldn't I?
It just said it would not eat you immediately, so...
Does it look
Yeah,
like...
my internet is a bit acting up. Well, nobody got close to it to investigate it.
Oh, damn,
before
okay, I was
opening-
just about to do that.
Yeah. Wait. Oh, that's not the music I'm trying to get. I'm sorry. Yeah, for some reason my browser's acting up, like it's not loading anything, and I can't like swap music. I hope this is just like a short All right, as you open the door, like immediately as you turn the key and the lock is free, you can see how a big furry palm from inside reaches out, rips away the lock you just opened, and crashes through the cage, jumping at you.
Oh boy. At him.
So yeah, like he jumps you, pounces you, and presses you down. The other two, what you're seeing is like a scruffy, raggedy-looking. It looks a bit like a wolf, but with longer hind legs and longer front legs. It looks vaguely humanoid, but so far away from a human or a werewolf that you would know from stories. So it looks more wolf than man, but it just looks a bit off, is what I'm saying.
Is it like it's growling?
It is growling. It is jumping him and starts to immediately maul him.
Oh yeah. No, my sword is out instantly.
Yeah.
Sword
You
and
take
shield
19
out.
damage, Thor.
Ooh.
As like he's jumping you and he starts biting and clawing at you. Its body is very slim, so you can see like the skin fold around the bones. Its body is like covered in lacerations and burns. There's only like small patches of fur that still look fine. So it seems to have gone through something, and it just absolutely starts demolishing Sar. And what I want to do now is to determine initiative. Please make a physical roll and tell me whether or not you succeed, and then we'll just figure out who's when. It does not succeed.
So I do not succeed with my physical roll.
Yeah.
I have
By how much?
53 out of 18.
Okay. Burn. So 53.
Nope. I got a 65.
Off.
The big number in your physical stat.
Yeah, the big number in physical.
Oh, I have a 66 out of 2.
Okay. So you're laying there and taking it for now. So who had the lower number between Farron and Joseph? Okay, then Joseph, you can act first. So since you already were preparing your gun.
If I raided my gun, I would aim and fire at the beast.
Yes, do that.
It's
Let's see.
66 out of 68, so I barely made it.
So yeah, you're taking your shot. I mean, it is absolutely working around. Sar is laying below it. Tries to protect the most vulnerable spots. It's a really chaotic thing. You try to not hit Sar, of course. As you shoot, you rip a wound into the hind leg of the wolf. It starts howling, and kind of lets go of Sar. I mean, it's still on top of Sar, but stopped like clawing at him. And then Farron, what do you do?
I immediately rush forward with my shield raised. I'm gonna like try and bash it off of Star.
Okay. Do you have shield bashing or shield or anything like that? Fighting or sword fighting itself would probably be
I don't.
also
I have
fine.
sword.
Okay, then roll for that.
Okay.
How much do you have in that?
65.
65.
No,
alright.
75 actually.
75. With bonus.
And I rolled a
probably.
20.
And a 20,
and I rolled a-
yeah. So like,
Yeah.
Farron, like after the shot, he is ready. You put your heels to the ground. You charge at the creature and bash its head. It flies off of Sar and lands in the dirt. Readies himself and starts growling, blood dripping from its fangs. Yeah, and then actually it's the creature's turn. So since you were the last attacking it, Fern, he would try to jump at you.
Mhm.
Oh, wow, okay. And it succeeds. So like you take your shield in front of you, and it crashes with its full body weight onto you. Do you have like dexterity or something that you could roll to avoid falling down? Otherwise, you can just roll for your physical stat.
I do not. I don't think. No, not
Okay,
really.
then just for your physical roll then.
Yeah.
Stop eating your
35,
pants.
which is
35
not of 19.
Oh yeah, no. So
Yeah,
yeah, you
that's-
try to keep your stance, but like the full body weight of that beast is coming towards you and crashes you down on the ground. You can keep its claws away from you, but the landing kind of hurts. You get 4 points in damage. Like
Okay.
you get a bit winded. And you're now you now take the position of Czar. Speaking of Czar, what do you do?
Oh, bitch, you said you wouldn't eat me. And I try to chuck a fireball at it.
Okay. Hope the roll goes well.
It's a 4.
It's a 4. So yeah,
Wait,
how do you?
first. 60, okay, well over it.
Oh yeah, you have to roll for the curse. So yeah, the fireball hits critically. Describe how you cast the fireball, my friend.
I just rub my hands, make a little ball with my hands, and when I open it, there's a ball of flaming mass, like a little sun, and I just chuck it.
Yeah, you chuck it. The beast gets distracted for a second while as a glowing ball of fire comes towards it and looks up. You, Farron, you can only feel the heat and are blinded by the light for a second as the fireball hits the creature smack dab in the face. It starts screaming and yowling as it writhes on the ground in pain. And you can hear from behind you a door getting smashed open, and the innkeeper is coming out with a loaded big crossbow. And it's like, God damn it! Why can't you people just stick for yourself and put your nose not in matter that's not yours? And she starts firing at the creature that tries to get up, nails it in the hind legs, and then steps towards it in a leisurely pace as she is reloading the crossbow, and looking rather angrily at you all. What'd you do?
Look at Saw, who's just mauled.
Yeah.
You want another fireball?
No, I can't handle that myself. And she goes there. The wolf tries to get away, but its hind legs not working anymore. She steps on the wolf's necks and ends his life with another shot to the head. It's like, for fuck's sake, people, keep to yourself, and don't be so trusting. As she packs her crossbow away.
Were you just going to keep them in that cage?
Well, how else would I have to figure out where their nest is?
Their nest. You mean there are more of?
Never believe a wolf, is what I can tell you. My grandfather had to learn that the hard way.
I can't
These
say.
are werewolves.
What? Those aren't werewolves, those are wolves.
Why do they speak?
Because they're cursed like any other thing in here. And they're killing people.
You mean
Like, what did it
the-
tell you? That if you leave it out of its cage, it's gonna be friendly and let it pet you? Let you pet him? I mean, looking at you, it might be the other way around that you like it, but I'm not judging here.
So the animals here are cursed too.
Some of them, yes.
I was not aware of this.
A lot of things are cursed in here. And seldom a thing is friendly here, so you should be careful.
Are you also cursed?
Not yet. I mean, I'm cursed with patrons that go on my nerves, so that might be my
Well-
curse, yes.
There might be a way I can make it up to you. I can see if I can track them down if you want.
Nah, you've three done enough, thank you. If you excuse me, try not to leave another feral beast out of its cage. Well, not that there are many around anymore, but yeah. If you three will be alright, I'll go back to my inn and come up with another plan for myself. And she just, like, she leaves the wolf laying there, takes the crossbow with her, steps away, and before she enters the inn and closes the door says, "Again, be careful out there. Don't lose your way," and then closes the door.
Step over to Sar and inspect his wound.
Yeah, he's like has lacerations on his face, his chest. Some of his clothes are ripped. Nothing.
I touch my wounds and cast cure wounds.
Okay. Let's see how well that goes with your curse. Also, speaking of curse, we're coming to the end of scene 1, so if you want to curse or bless our players, you can use the exclamation mark V and cursed for cursed, or exclamation mark V and blessed to either bless or curse the fellow people here. Yep. How much did you roll?
A 16 for the chaos.
That was a close one. Did you make the spell itself?
Yeah, I did. I made the roll.
Yeah, heal yourself 2d10. Oh, Harley coming in with the curse.
Oh boy.
I think curse is now one step ahead of blessed.
Deserved.
Yeah. As you turn around, facing the woods that are in front of you, and start make your way towards it, Chestnut is absolutely not in favor of going in there. Like, no matter what you do, he is not going to calm down as you approach the forest. What do you want to do?
I can't even roll for it.
Well, I'll let you roll. Whoa, sorry. Sorry, I misclicked. Sorry.
Okay.
Everybody's still here. Okay.
Alright.
Yeah, roll for it, but its difficulty is raised by 30, I'd say. So deduct 30 from your skill, and if you make it, be okay.
Let's see.
So did our curse now rise, or?
Well, give me a second here.
I did not succeed.
All right.
I turn to you and say, would be the best to leave it here because the forest will get thicker and thicker, and it won't make the way.
You're probably right.
The poll has ended, and the face and fates that be decided to curse you, as your curse rises by 15%.
Oh boy.
And we start.
45 already.
Yeah. So yeah, as you approach the edge of the forest, you see, just as the innkeeper described, that nobody asked of her name, but I guess it was obvious who that was, or might have been. You come to a crossroad. There is a wooden post, but the sign itself is missing. It's just like a block, like a thing that was stuck in the ground. And there are 3 winding paths that lead into the forest. So like they go in kind of the same, and then they seem to peter off into different directions. And as you approach, you all feel uneasy. You feel like you stepped into something larger than yourself, as you can feel your curses flare up. And you make a curse roll, everyone, please, with the new values. And like I said, I will decide when those curses actually do something in the
4.
scene. 4. So yours triggers. Okay.
55.
55. Oh, barely made it.
21.
21. All right. So Zero and as a like Farron and you, Sar, you both feel that there's something wrong inside you. You pat yourself, Farron, don't see anything yet, but you feel very much more uneasy. And now the question is, which path do you want to take?
Can I roll navigation to see if there's like, just so I can like tell what's ahead on each road?
Hard to say with the thicket of the forest.
Oh,
What's
it's
ahead?
like is it like a? It's
You're
a
now
road that
you're now
goes...
really on the edge of the forest, and
I get
as
you.
these paths go inside the forest, you see that there's like a thicket undergrowth where the path is not going. Like the path is maybe a bit of an upgraded normal pathway that somebody created by just walking there a bunch of times.
No.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
And like the canopy is like pitch black. You can barely see where the leaves of the trees begin. And it's really hard to tell what's ahead. You could roll for where these paths might lead, but even then it's hard to say where they will like snake off inside of the forest.
I
It's,
try to remember what the lady with the red hood told me. Because I personally already forgot.
She said that the forest itself seems to be cursed and has a will of its own. That when she loses her path, that can get very dangerous and that you might not find your way out. So she said you should stick to the paths, and if you go, there will be a fork in the road where like 3 paths branch out. And she said that beyond the forests, there is supposedly the place where the Fae lives that initially put out the curse, or like had something to do with it. And that's why a lot of people come there. She herself obviously had her own reasons why she's here.
Are the paths all clear, so there's no like footprints left on any of them?
Oh, that's a good point. Do you have tracking or something? Or anybody, really?
I think I do, actually. I have hunting.
Mm-hmm.
I have tracking.
Yeah. So for hunting itself, since you're a knight, you're probably out for game or something. I'd give you. I make it by 10 harder for you.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll let you roll both on finding tracks or anything that might give you a clue what's going on.
Oh no. 98, so I don't make it.
Oh yeah.
Nope, 26.
26. Yeah, you both look. How much do you have on hunting? 30 or something, right?
20, but it got raised, right?
Yeah, true. So yeah, you look at the roads, but like it's a very moist dirt kind of road. So at least if there were tracks, they're either disappeared by rain or the weather itself. But you can't see any fresh tracks, like immediate tracks there. On either of the 3 options.
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Your path 1, 2, or 3. Which one would you want to take?
The old of the 3 paths lead deeper into the forest. Or...
Yeah, all 3 most definitely lead into the forest. Like one is very straight ahead from where you're standing and then like disappears into the dark and the thicket of the forest. While the others go kind of like left and right, but also very much deeper into the woods.
Yeah, I just take the middle path and slowly pace it along.
Wait, Mr. Huntsman. Wait a second.
What is
I
it?
run over. I take a few leaves. And just throw them in the air.
Okay.
Look at the leaves and then just say that way and go to the right path.
Okay, so I'd say left is 1, middle is 2, and right is 3. So you'd say you go 3.
3.
Okay.
What makes you think that this is the right one?
You see, and then go back. These leaves all point to that direction, and we are in a wood that changes directions. So all the leaves would point in the middle of the forest where supposedly that fairy lives, so we have to go that way.
Awkward
one way
silence.
to the other.
I have no words for you.
Look, he's standing
Either
there.
this one or the other one is doesn't matter. So I follow you. I follow this way.
Guess you take path 3, Farron.
Sure, why not? Why not?
The night is so done with it. Hello everyone. Hello mom.
Before
Hi.
we enter the path, I will step aside and because the ale does its job and I have to take a short leak.
Do you guys need a break? For a minute, since we're like in the process of getting to another scene. Or are you cool?
I'm
Just-
good.
I'll be back in a minute, okay?
All right,
Yeah.
all right. So,
Okay.
let's go to the break screen for a second, and then we're right back for you. Oh no, this is the wrong one. Damn, that was last week. So yeah.
There we go.
So we're back, everyone. Just give me a second. There it is. We are back, refreshed. Corpse Check Menace. Hello, Corpse Check Menace. Yeah, for anybody who joined late, here's a quick summary of what's going on here. We are, I am just the lovely neighborhood game master, and these three are cursed people that try to get rid of the curse by going into the source, the land that apparently is the source of all curses, and are now taking steps into a dark forest from which they know that it has kind of its own thing going on. They got nearly eaten by a werewolf, so let's see what else is hiding there. What? Starting the poll failed. Poll ended. Oh. No. Did it just override my poll? Sordia.
Sorry.
Yeah, it did. Leave that stuff to me. So yeah,
Okay.
every scene, the chat can decide whether or not they want to curse or bless our players. So we already got a curse. So let's see how things proceed from here. So yeah, you take your path number 3, you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you walk deeper and deeper into the woods. It seems unnaturally dark here. Anybody has a light with them?
Oh, I've just flint and tinder if I have to make a campfire.
I have a lantern.
You have a lantern. Okay, so I guess you walk ahead with the lantern in tow.
Yeah.
So yeah, together with the lantern, it is difficult, but it kind of works out finding your way through the forest. As you go deeper and deeper into the thicket, the headway that you get from the lantern gets smaller and smaller, but you can find the path that is in front of you. As you start to hear the gurgling sound of a little creek in front of you. And as you approach, you see that the forest is kind of clearing up in a way. And you see a small bridge, like such a bow bridge, over a small creek. It's like, I don't know, a meters wide at best. And you can probably dip your ankles in it, but that's as deep as it goes. And it's just goes there. There's a small bridge, and you see on the clearing a rather weirdly shaped cottage. It strikes you a little odd since like the architecture of the whole thing seems very skewed, and it looks like it shouldn't be able to stand like this, and like the walls look odd to you from that way. So you can see there's moon shining through the clearing. You see the small creek. There's a bit of a grass field in front of the house, and there's like the path goes to the house, and then it peters off into another direction afterwards. And you see that house, that cottage. What do you want to do?
I want to see if there's... Is there, are there windows on this cottage?
There seems to be. You can't see light from your distance, though, so it doesn't...
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's no... I can't, like, see anyone moving.
No, not from there. You're in front of the bridge, so and then it would be like 10 meters, 50 meters up to the cottage.
Okay.
I would taste the water if it's drinkable.
So you clear over the creek. I mean, it's a bit muddy, but like with some cloth, you could filter it, and it seems okay. It doesn't smell, and it looks clear enough.
Okay. Because then I would just fill my water back, because I forgot to do this at the inn.
Yeah, sure. Do you have a survival skill or something, just so how well preserved the water is?
Again, please.
Like, do you have a survival skill, right? Just because you have to filter the water because it's a bit muddy there, and probably wouldn't be drinkable otherwise.
No, I failed this with 58.
You think you succeeded, so you put your filter cloth over your bottle, you fill up your water skin, and you're good to go in your mind.
Okay.
Right. What's everyone else do? You see Joseph going down the creek, checking it out, nodding, and then starts pouring some water for himself. What are you two doing?
Is he pouring muddy water in his flask?
You see he has this water skin, and he puts like a cloth over it, and he dips that into the creek, and seems to be happy with the results.
Do we just go on?
I don't see why not.
I mean, we're here for going through the forest. Am I correct? Is that something I'm correct with? We want to go through the forest.
Yep.
And talk to the Fey lady why she is the way she is.
Yes, I do have a few questions of my own.
Okay. Then
Oh, go on.
No, I would just say, then let's go on.
You do not think we should stop and rest?
Do you need a rest?
How long has it been?
Yeah, you were already you were traveling for a couple of hours, not counting in the time you needed to travel to Grimoiria. So yeah, you're not yet fatigued, but let's say the day has been long already, and since it's continuous night here, it's hard to tell how many hours on your legs you were already.
Are we tired?
You're starting to get tired, yes.
Okay.
It is.
So maybe we should take the chance, and when there is a cottage, maybe we can take some rest there.
You want to push forward in the dark?
Yeah, we see the cottage close to us, huh?
Yes, we see. I mean, it like the forest gives way, so there's like a clearing. So on in front of the cottage and the cottage itself, like the cottage itself has some trees that like grow above it and keep it sheltered a bit. But there's like a forest clearing there where the creek's going over, and yeah, it's there. It's visible. Like the moon gives you enough light to at least see it, but nothing like in detail. It looks crude and skewed. That's what you realize. the windows. You see windows, but there's not like a shining light inside of it. So there's like apparently no fire there or anything.
I would step closer to the cottage and try if I notice something unusual. So if there are any dangers as well. From the outside.
Do you have any skill that would allow you to do this?
Notice.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Failed again with 95.
Wow.
Oh,
Seems like not only you are cursed, but your dice as well.
Okay. Yeah, seems good. So I knock on the door.
Okay, yeah. You don't notice anything out of the usual other than the cottage itself looking a bit weird. I mean, it looks very old and skewed and looks like it's almost caving in. And yeah, you go to the door, you knock it. And you hear shuffling inside of the cottage. And then you hear steps coming towards the door. And you two, I don't know, did you follow Joseph or did
yeah.
you went there alone?
I'm following with the lantern.
All right, all right. Okay, so you're all three in front of it, and suddenly you see lights being turned on inside, and a light coming closer. You hear the unlocking of the door itself, and then the door opens, and a young boy. I don't know. You would guess him to be around 15, 16 years old. The child looks very young. Has blonde hair, has a neat, like very, very down to earth, citizen kind of attire on. So like looks like a farm boy maybe, and he's like opening the door and looking outside carefully and sees you three there and makes a questioned face and then like, "Good evening, gentlemen. Can I help you somehow?"
Hello there. Sorry for the inconvenience, but we're traversing this forest and looking for a place to rest. And since we passed this area, we saw this cottage. Might we have a place to stay at night?
Oh yeah. Oh my, you must be very tired. How did you end up here? Did you lose your way or are you intent to be here?
No, we intended to cross this forest.
Oh, interesting. And he turns around. "Sister, we have guests. Put some more soup on the stove." And he opens the door, and you see inside the room. Looks like a cozy cottage room. There is a table in the middle. There are 4 chairs around the table. One of those chairs, there seems to be something placed on it, and there's like a sheet over it. There are some shelves with like cups and plates and everything on it. Some not resources, Vorräte. Some
Supplies?
Yeah, some supplies are set there. So like there's firewood. There's a small fireplace where there is like a very dying ember. Embers are still there, and he immediately moves there and puts some wood in and fans the flames. Like, sit down, and what brings you to these woods? I mean, not many people kind of cross it anymore.
Okay. I'm just a little bit wild because I just see these 2 young kids, and so.
No, you only see one. He was screaming somewhere in the cottage, but you don't see anybody else.
To test my intuition if something is off.
Do you have the skill Sixth Sense or something?
I have intuition.
Oh, you have intuition. Yeah, let's. Sure.
Everything seems fine.
55. So now you. I mean, it looks like there's some farm. Like he's a farm boy, and they live in these woods. So it's nothing that you never have seen before. It's just like after all the talk that this forest is so dangerous, it seems a bit odd to see him here. But
You
yeah.
live alone here? Where are your parents?
Oh, my father's still out chopping woods, and my mom doesn't feel quite well. She's in the bedroom, and my sister is making food. So yeah, sit down if you want to.
Yeah.
Um,
Sorry
I'll-
again for the intrusion, but we just need some sheltered place to sleep. So
Oh yeah, I can understand that those forests are dangerous nowadays. I hope that's okay.
I look at him. If we stay here, will you eat us? And I wanna stare creepily at him.
Roll for creep.
That is a
Did you just read Oh.
62
a 62? And he's like,
out of no. No, I did not make it.
okay, he's like looking a bit questioning to you two. Is he serious?
He
Oh, and he gets an engagement. So like, I'm just checking back with my sister to get the food ready. Sit down and yeah. Make yourself comfortable. And he disappears like at the end of the room where you are, like this table. There's a door that goes to the left and a door that goes to the right, and he goes to the door on the right. Opens it up, some steam comes out of it, and it smells really good of like freshly cut and fried meat, and like you hear the bubbling of a cauldron inside, and then he closes the door behind him and leaves you in the main room.
I will take my blanket out of my backpack and position it close to the fireplace.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
I just look at both of them and just say, why does nobody answer questions around here?
I think you ask very odd questions.
I mean, that's a normal question. I was eaten once before by a thing that seemed trustworthy. That seems to be a normal occurrence in these woods. Why isn't he the abnormal one for not for not asking if somebody wants to eat it? I would want to know if somebody wants to eat me if I come into his house. Maybe we want to eat him. Why does he thinks we don't want to eat him?
Does anybody of you have you have notice, right, Joseph? Do you have something like notice or animo? Perception. That's the word I'm looking for. Any skills like that? You shouldn't roll. I just want to know if you have them.
I do.
I have noticed. I can try it again.
I don't know. Zero, do you have perception or anything?
Yeah, I have perception.
How much?
30.
And how much do you have, Joseph?
I have 55 in notice, and I
Mhm,
rolled a 24, but I don't know.
No,
Should I
I'm
roll
rolling for you in there because you shouldn't know
Yeah,
what the results are.
right.
Fine. Yeah, no, keep going.
Are we going to... You see, you asked this question last time, and now you've asked it again. What do you think this time is going to happen?
My prediction. I'm gonna look into the air and just make little symbols in the air that seem to be glowing a little bit, but short enough so you don't really know if it's just light or something reflecting on my finger.
Mhm.
And then like, I think the mother's dead in a bedroom, and either they cook the mother for us right now, or we eating the people that were before us here, and they want to feed us so they can eat us afterwards.
You have a very, very active imagination.
Oh, I thank you. I hear that quite often. That's
Oh,
the
it's-
second nice thing what I has said about me today. Thank you.
It seems like a perfectly fine place. I'm just going to pull up a chair and rest.
Okay, you pull up the chair, Do you sit down next to the chair that's like covered in a blanket, or do you sit on one of the other sides? Like there's like 4 chairs, and there's like this one.
Yeah, I just pull the nearest empty chair.
Okay. Yeah, you sit down next to the chair that's already in use.
I just kind of lift up the cloth a little bit on that thing, the sheet.
Okay, you do that. As you lift up the sheet, what you see is a person still breathing, nailed to the chair. So like you lift up and all you see is a hand where multiple nails are like drawn through the hand into the wood. And as you lift it a bit further, you see that his head is like in some contraption that's affixed to the chair, and his mouth is opened in a continuous scream, because as you notice, he doesn't have any lips anymore, so it's like just the bare teeth on it, and he looks at you in sheer horror and with a slight plea of helping, like a plea for help in his gaze.
Changed my mind. We're leaving.
So, what do you to do? Like, did you say that? What's happening now? Let me know.
I just throw the sheet to one side and gesture like.
Is he alive?
He is breathing, and he's trying to make a noise, but he's like, he also has like the contraption that he's affixed in is like attached to his jawline or something. Like his whole head is like affixed there to the chair, and he doesn't seem to be able to move. And he's breathing, but he can't talk or anything.
Just slowly put the sheet back over him.
How would you roll
he's
for
dead
your
anyway. Let's go.
as you do that, as you leave the helpless person in his predicament, as you turn down the sheet, your hand starts to flame up and fire and turn to ash. You can still move it, but you're losing 20 of your HP, and this is now your maximum. You can only have 80 HP from now on. This was your curse trigger. As you hear the door open that the person was leaving out of. No, this is not the right music. I'm sorry. Let's get the right music in here. And the boy that opened the door to you stands in the door and says, like, you can't just leave, you just got here. And he has like a plethora of knives in his hands. It's like, my sister was so hard cooking for you. You can't just leave yet. What do you do?
Farron is just looking between the other two like, help me. What do I say?
We have seen what he.
I look at the other two. Fireball?
No, you haven't seen it. Like, he put up his sheet and he said, "No, we're leaving." In that moment, his hand burst into flames, and the guy came out with his knives.
Yes. I look at the other two. Fireball?
And I'm just. Weird.
Confused.
Confused. So, what is up?
Okay,
Yes,
I
I
chuck
can see
fireball at
Okay. Roll one.
Absolutely not. Someone tried to eat me once again. Once before. Yes, that succeeds. 47 out of 59.
59. So you make it. Yeah, you create a fireball. In that moment, the boy is ducking behind the person that is affixed to the chair as you throw your fireball. And he's throwing a knife at you, but barely misses you. And like, it's like a big kitchen knife that like zooms. So like, you shoot the fireball at him. He's diving behind the person. You hit with your fireball that person. The sheet bursts into flame. The person starts to move in his chair as well as he can as he is burning alive, as a knife is zooming
Why
past
didn't
you,
you-
stuck into. because he dodged it. He
I
rolled for it.
can fucking dodge.
Yeah. So we have some very unruly guests here, and one of them can throw fireballs. Do you want to teach him some things? And in that moment, a fireball zooshes out of the kitchen. At Usar, burning like your lower hip. You get 7 damage as you fan the flames, and a girl steps out of the kitchen with a weird grin on her face. Also blonde hair woven into ponytails. That's what the word I was looking for. And she's like chuckling, like those might be the most fun guests we ever had. And now, roll for initiative, please.
7 out of 18.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Rolling out of a fucking fireball. I rolled a 3
Okay.
out of 2.
Okay, that still technically failed, so Pollux will be before you. But it's a very close second, I would say.
I rolled a 19, which is exactly on
point.
On
Okay,
path,
so Joseph, you can act. You see a knife fly at Tsar's direction, a fireball flying at him, as Farron is like trying to wane the flames of his burning hand that is now dark as ash, and you see that the guy in the chair is like moving very, very noticeably. So you now see what's going on as the sheet burns away. What do you do?
I try to see what's the distance between us. So
you went all the way to the other
where
side.
did the knife impact, and where's the girl?
The girl is now in the door to the kitchen. That's what she said. That is across from Tsar. You are at the back of the room, as that's where the fireplace was, and you sprawled out there.
So how far am I away?
3 or 4 meters. It's not a big cottage.
Okay. And the knife is how far away from me?
Yeah, you could grab it from the wall if you want to.
Because that was my idea, that I grabbed a knife which is closely to me.
Yep.
And storm to the girl.
Okay.
And try to tackle her.
Yep. Do you have fighting skill or anything?
I have fighting, yeah.
Okay. Then you're doing a lot of actions at once, but you had a good initiative roll, so I would just say you can do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Because you're acting like you see shit hits the fan and you're immediately in it.
Fighting is 36 out of 43.
36 out, so you made it. Yeah, alright. So yeah, you take the knife from the wall, jump at the girl. Describe how you attack her.
I would just tackle her to the ground, and if I have free movement, I would position the knife at her throat. But not cut
that
her.
would be much, but yeah, you can throw her down. She lands on the floor, seemingly hitting her head on the floor. You hear the boy cry out, "So sister, no!" As yours are. Your turn. No, wait a minute. Zero managed to hit his physical roll, so he's first, and then it's you. But you're before both of them, so yeah. So Farron, what do you do?
I draw my longsword, and I'm gonna try and, before the boy can like reach out towards his sister, try and put the tip of the blade like under his chin.
Yeah.
And, like as if to get him to like, stop.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, roll me a fighting roll, maybe, because you have to position yourself correctly and like try to hold him.
46, so yeah.
46, so he has to make it. So you are behind him, you have the blade, you fix him somehow, and he's looking at you, looking back at his sister, and you say, do you say something to him?
Don't move.
Okay.
Halt.
Tsar, what do you do?
So one is holding the boy with the knife. Joseph is
on the girl, holding her down with a knife in his hand, while Farron has the boy like in a hold and the blade at the ready.
I'll go to Joseph and ask him how it's strengthening,
Okay.
so he can hold the girl down.
Oh, that's clever.
I did make it. It was 41 out of 49.
Okay, so that
but
worked. Yeah, now the curse. Half of the curse.
80 didn't trigger.
Oh, nice. Yeah, you feel yourself become stronger, Joseph, as the girl starts to contort and contract below you. Her arms slipping through the back. She's trying to get away, but make a physical roll enhanced by 20. Or do you have like strength or anything that would be applicable here to holding her down?
Oh, I have just a fighting skill in this case, so...
No, then let's just take the physical enhanced by 20 due to the spell.
So my goal is 38 or lower. It's a 4.
It's a 4, yeah. So she tries to like crawl away with a completely contorted body. The face still facing you, but like her limbs are like the wrong way, and she's trying to scuttle away like a spider. But you just hold her down with the unnatural strength that you now have. And the boy is turning to you, Fer, and says like, if you're threatening me with a good time, you could at least cut me just a tiny bit, as he's like cuddling the blade as he tries to put a knife into your leg.
Oh my. Poor boy.
Which he made.
Oh, okay.
So you take 13 damage as like a big the second knife that he had in hand lands in your upper leg. You
Ow.
make me a physical roll. No, a fighting roll. If you can keep him like in check. Or you can say you don't do that if you don't want to keep him in check and just hit him if you want to. It's your options. Hello,
Yeah, I'll roll
Miroclan.
I got a 31
31 on what?
on my fighting.
Do you hit him or do you want to like control him more?
I want to like... Yeah, I want to make sure he's not moving around, trying anything like that. So
Okay.
I'm gonna like grab him.
Yeah. So you grab him by his clothes and you pick him up and put him on the table and try to hold him
I was
down.
like, hold
with the
him
blade
down,
under it.
yeah.
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 Okay. Then it's your turn, Joseph. What do you do?
I want to try to use my knowledge about monsters because she moved in a kind of way which is not natural anymore. I want to find out if she's human or not. Did you roll?
Yep. Make a roll.
No. 50 out of 40.
Yeah, out of 14.
There's no
You didn't
clue.
hit one roll except the fighting rolls yet, right?
I'm clueless. For me, it's just a human girl.
Yeah,
Which
I
is-
mean, something unnatural is going on with her, but whether or not she's like a creature or this is her actions is you can't tell.
Okay.
She's still
Then
trying
I
to
try
cuddle
get
away.
a tighter grip on her.
Yeah.
And
You can
say,
see her eyes start to glow in a purple hue. That's what you see. Don't know what you
No,
want
I
make with that
just try
information.
to get a tighter grip on her.
Yeah. No, you have her.
say-
You don't need to tighten your grip. You have her pushed down to the ground. She cannot move. The question is, do you want something else?
Yeah, then I just hold her and say, "Don't move, or I will break your neck."
Okay. I like the style. And then, it's your turn, Fern. So you put the boy on the table. What do you do?
I'm holding him down, and I just make sure that as I'm like pushing him down against the table, he can see that Yosef has his sister pinned as well. Just to, emphasize the fact that this is a pointless struggle
Okay.
a little bit more. And I look
She's-
to the others.
He looks at his sister, trying to struggle to get away, and he's like, "Truce?" and grins at you sheepishly.
I look at the other two as if to, and I say, okay. What's the plan?
Do they still want to eat us or nail us to the chair?
Hey, the boys, the boys like looking at Sarn's like, I'm not sure about that one, but I definitely eat that one, and points at Joseph.
Have I seen the burning guy on the chair?
Yeah, you see him now. Like the sheet is gone and his clothes are singed, but the fire subsided basically. But he's like still there. He can only like he can't move his head or anything because he's like nailed to the chair, and he's like trying to get a grasp of what's going on. And you can see that somebody cut off his lips, and you can only see like the exposed teeth.
Is he in flame still? Or?
No, he's not burning anymore. I mean, he looks not good in shape, like in general, but he's still
Can
alive.
I just ask what's up? Why do you have pinned this man down in the chair?
Well, he didn't like to sit at the table with us, so we had to make him.
Okay.
He was rude.
Quite a bad feeling about this, but everything seems normal.
At this moment, you feel a searing pain in your hands, Joseph, as purple flames tongue at your fingers. So you look down, you see her now, like the eyes fully glowing in a purplish hue, as she opens her mouth and purple flames come out that like grab your hand and start to burn you. What do you do?
Yeah, as I said, if she moves or so, I will break her neck. So I will
Roll
try
for it.
this.
Roll for it.
Yeah. Nope.
So yeah, you try to like
the flames burn me before I can put pressure on.
yeah, they did definitely get you. Yeah. You take 8 damage, by the way. So yeah, your hands are burning.
I release her from my grip.
Yeah, the moment you leave, you let go of her. She's like going on all fours and starts to climb up the wall like a spider from the back and starts to speak in tongues to you that you can't understand. And the boy is starting to absolutely have the time of his life. He's laughing and laughing and laughing.
It is time to die.
Can I chuck another fireball at her?
Yeah, it's your turn now. Sorry, I just wanted to establish the situation. So yeah, it's your turn, Sar. What do you do?
I chuck a fireball at her. That's a 12 and a 93, so no cousin did it.
And you did it. Okay, yeah. You chuck a fireball into the kitchen where you see her going up the wall as you hit her smack dab in the middle. She starts to burst into flames, and the flames start to take over the rest of the kitchen. The cottage itself mostly seems to be made out of a wooden-like material to you, since nobody investigated it any further. And the fire spreads throughout the kitchen, and she's screaming, and the boy is taking the destruction and kicks you in the nuts, Farron.
No.
And he hits you.
Damn.
You only take like 2 damage, but like it really hurts, and you let go of him, and he's like,
I just fall to the ground.
yeah, okay. As he like rolls off the table and lands on his feet, taking another knight out of his pocket, and throwing it at Sar, but misses. And it is your turn. No, it was your turn, Joseph. So now it is Farron's turn, who's writhing in pain on the floor.
Try and regain some composure and pick myself up from the ground. And where is the boy now?
The boy is like on the other side of the table from where you are, and standing there through a knife at Sar, and is taking glances at the door.
I'm gonna get between him and the door.
Okay.
And I'm gonna try and like slash at him.
Yeah, you can. It's a small room. It's possible. Go for it.
Okay, I'm rolling. That is a 79, which does not do it.
You take a sidestep to the door, knowing his intent as you swing at him, and he just ducks below your blade, approaching you closer. And that is Sar's. No, Sar was already. Wait, did I skip Joseph? Sorry, it's your turn, because Sar threw the fireball, then it should have been you, Joseph. Then it should have been Farron, I'm sorry. So, what do you want to do, Joseph? You see that the fire is spreading through the kitchen like wildfire.
So it's not safe to get there at the moment.
No,
From my
the girl
perspective.
seems to be in there, writhing in pain by the fire. But she doesn't seem to make any attempt to get to you.
Okay, then I would turn around and look out for the boy.
Yeah. He is like, Farron is slashing at him and he's like ducking in, and you can see that from one of his sleeves he's taken out another little knife.
Okay, because I still have one of the knives in my hand, and I would try to stab him in the back.
Okay, yeah, do that.
$69 out of 43.
69 out of 43. Yeah, that boy seems to be nimble as all hell. As you approach him, he hears you coming, and he looks back at you as you try to stab him. And as you try to lunge at his back, he's like ducking down even more, turning around, takes your arm, and just leads you into Farron's stomach.
Sorry.
You take 12 damage as you get stabbed another time. So like one knife is still in there in your upper leg, the other one
With
goes
the blade
somewhere in the
armor?
stomach.
This is not looking good, actually.
Well, finds a spot where you can slip through.
Yeah.
And after done so, he is like pushing Farron aside, kicking the door in and leaving out into the forest. You can hear the crash of a window from the kitchen and the screams, like the banshee-like screams of the girl that are disappearing fast. And you're left behind and you see that the fire is now starting to crawl up into the main room. What do you do?
I look over to the guy on the chair,
Yeah, he's looking like the...
and he seems to be in very bad condition.
Yeah.
And
I mean, he's still moving. He's trying to like get away. You can see that
I
the wounds
asked him
get
if I
worse.
should mercy kill him.
Interpret that as you will, because he can't
Okay.
speak. He can't even like.
Okay, so hold your eyes closed if I should kill you. Okay, no. And I drag him out of the house
Okay.
and would storm back in to get my gear, which is still at the
Yeah.
fireplace.
Would be fine enough. Yeah. What do you do, sir?
Are there other blankets with where other people could be down?
No,
or...
that's the only one that you saw, and the other door you didn't check, so you don't see anything.
I
here.
go to Fern and will try to remove the swords and then just press my hands on it and try to close the wound so he doesn't bleed out.
All right. I hope you do that outside, since you do know the cottage is burning. You do realize that this is the case.
Oh, so much burning.
Yeah.
Not only
It's
the
not only the
now,
kitchen
but the
anymore.
whole
It's now the
cottage.
rest of the room starts to burn too.
Yes,
And like
I will run.
Joseph like grabs the guy, just the chair on the back, and like starts dragging him outside. And then comes back
Yes,
in, grabs his
and
stuff,
we
and
do
is
that
out of there.
outside. The whole cottage is burning now. We'll do that outside.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Good. Just give me a second. I'm gonna change back to some ambience, as now the only sound filling the air is the hurtful gasps of Farron who gets treated, and the crackling of the fire devouring the cottage. Roll for close wounds.
So I made the close wound,
Yeah.
but the chaos thing, we are at 45% curse.
Yeah.
So my chaos would be at 22.5. And I rolled a 23 for my
Okay.
chaos.
That wouldn't be a trigger, because I always say in favor of the player, we round down. Yeah. But did you forget that at the beginning of the scene, your curse triggered?
Oh, so it raised?
Well, you rolled for your curse, and I can decide when that's gonna trigger, since... Yeah. So you try. Just how much life do you still have, Farron?
51.
51. Oh, that's pretty good. So yeah, you start closing the wounds, but instead of like closing them neatly so it is of no issue anymore, you seem to make basically a modern art piece out of Farron, where the cuts and bruises that he have are like starting to interconnect and like make scar tissue and interwoven things. It's like some weird kind of mandala thing that is now on his lower abdomen and upper leg. It stops bleeding, but you don't get a health back. And you have to live with that thing because it doesn't seem to go away anytime soon.
What is this? What did you do?
Well, you won't bleed out.
What is this?
Scars from your epic battles.
This is not a scar. This is clearly not a scar.
I mean, it is. It's just a.
Also, now that you look at it more
Artistic
closely,
scar.
it seems to be changing as you look at it.
Artistic scar.
I'm not some model for you to work on.
It's hands.
What do you do, Joseph, while this is going down?
Okay. Because I tracked out this one guy, I tried to remove the restrictions from him without killing him, and I would use wound carrying.
Wound
if it's
carrying.
possible.
Yeah, you try to get him out of it, yeah, you try to get him out of this contraption, but like this is nailed into him. So the more you work at it, the more damage you seem to do. And he's already in a bad shape, so you try your best, you really try to help him, you try to calm him down, you do everything that you can for, but in the end he just, in the middle of the procedure even, he starts fainting, and after a while you don't see him breathe anymore. So,
See, that could have been you if I wouldn't have done this.
Is the house still burning?
the house is still burning, like completely up in flames now. Yeah,
Because
it's
I don't want to dig a grave, I would just burn in.
Well,
throw
check
it
in.
in the fire.
we'll check him back in. It's fine. And with that, we come to the end of the scene. That means we gotta check out what the poll is saying, whether or not you gotta be cursed, or if they have blessed you this time. And the winner is cursed with 1 vote, but I have to check in Aaron whether or not somebody else was for blessing. And yes, there's 1 for blessing, 1 for cursed. So that means the dice decide. Who wants to be the volunteer for this one?
Me.
Oh, okay, Zero. High or low?
Hi.
High. You have been blessed. You
Oh,
feel
thank
as
fucking
you
God.
have vanquished the evil that was in this cottage. You feel like this pressing feeling on your chest subside. Also, your ashen hand that you have now seems to stop hurting from the heat that inflicted this kind of damage, and your curse goes back down to 30 as you are sitting there in the clearing of the forest, tired, exhausted, and very much hurt as the cottage is burning down, which, to be fair, is helping with the cold right now. What do you do?
I say a prayer.
Should we sleep here now?
Oh. I'm not sure I can sleep after that.
Oh, you can sleep after anything, trust me.
I would try to improvise a camp,
Oh, yeah, sure.
and but I would suggest that we take turns with sleeping, because those both kids seem to have escaped, and maybe they will he was in the night if he was sleep all at the same time.
Okay. I'm last watch, and I just fall immediately onto. Also, I just do a little leaf bed and fall onto the leaf bed and sleep.
All right.
Okay. Then we'll take the first watch
Mm-hmm.
and throw my blanket over him.
Oh, that's nice.
Ready my rifle.
Yeah. So as you all take turns guarding, wary of every crack, of every noise that you hear from within the forest itself, as you sit by the cottage that is slowly burning down to its grounds, you rest your night. As the innkeeper has told you, night seems to be a constant in Grimoiria, as you can see the moon like moving on the sky but never vanishing, and the sun like never coming up. And yeah, you rest up. There doesn't seem to be anything coming during the night as you wake up the next day. Leftover glimmers of the cottage being left, and you make your way further on the path that you've chosen. And indeed, after a while, just let me check the script.
Should we roll for a curse again?
Yes, you will roll for your curse again as we start the next scene. Please. 30 this time, since you were blessed. And I will start the next poll. So...
Okay, 45.
25.
58.
No trigger.
6.
Oh, okay. So Farron's curse does trigger. So yes, you walk through the damp forest, further and further. And after a while, you do actually notice that the trees start to lighten up a bit. So more and more of the moonlight is shining through, but you also realize that the ground you're walking on gets softer and softer. You see, between the trees, you see like flickering lights fly around. What do you do?
Can I, with my arcane knowledge, find out what they are or what that could be?
Sure.
If they're magic or not?
Roll for it.
That's a 1.
That's a 1. So yeah, you immediately recognize them as entities that are known to you as will-o'-the-wisps, like flickering lights that try to guide people on safe paths, but oftentimes end up putting them in danger.
Okay, so these lights, how do I put it so everyone can understand it? These lights try to eat us, so we're gonna stay right away from the lights, okay?
It's always about eating with you, isn't it? Every time.
So far tried to eat us.
You're not wrong. But at the same time,
Because the girl in red said we should stay on the path. And let
Yes,
us
don't follow the light. People always say don't follow the light, so don't follow the light.
let's not follow the light.
And so you do not follow the light. You keep on your path, but you soon realize that the area that you're walking in gets murkier and swampier the further you go in. The path seems to disappear, but on the other hand, so does the forest. So the forest clears up, and all you see is like a huge, foggy landscape of a swamp that stretches out in front of you. And I don't know, half a mile inwards, you see another house in the middle of the swamp with lights burning. And you do have kind of the hunch that the fairy you're seeking might be there. As you make your way through the swamp, the dancing lights try to enchant you and flicker in front of you, try to suggest you ways that look rather safe. But since you heed the warning of Tsar and you know that these are tricky, fickle things that try to lead you astray, you soon realize that after every path you would have taken that they suggested you see somebody already stuck deep in the swampy water, half decayed. And you make your way to that house without falling into any of the murky waters. And you are now in front of even more simple of a cottage. It's like, it seems to be like only one room. The walls are made from very rigid wood, and the roof is just basically just what's a schilf in English? Like the stuff you find on the edges of lakes and swamps. You know what I mean? Like these plants that often are
reeds?
used for roofing. Yeah, reeds. Yeah, it's like a reed roof. Yeah, true. Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. So yeah, you're standing in front of there. What do you do?
Should I go first? I mean, I'm clearly the most approachable from all of us.
I will lead the way.
As you step closer, you can hear faint sounds of singing, but as soon as you step closer to the cottage, start to subside, and the door seems to open by itself without making a sound.
Hello?
Well met, weary travelers. The Fey Maidens greet you. No, we mean no harm, but no, we cannot subsume our nature. You may come in if you wish so.
Okay. So if we come in, do you want to eat us?
What a weird journey you must have had, but no. But again, we cannot go against our nature.
What is your nature?
We are Fey.
Okay, I try to roll on monster knowledge.
Yeah. You can. As you stand there pondering whether or not you enter, you can hear the smell of a fresh fireplace, like the smoky smell of it. And mixed in with it is the smells of many food things. Like you smell meat with fresh vegetables fried in different ways. And yeah, did you make it? Your roll?
Everything seems fine to me.
As Joseph enters.
One more question.
Yeah.
If we enter, is your nature likely to kill us, or are you confident that we have a chance to stay alive if we enter?
There are far greater things than just death, my friend. Our nature can be dangerous if you're not careful, but we mean you no harm.
Okay, that's fine. And I go in.
And Tsar disappears into the cottage. What do you two do? Like, Joseph, you think, yeah, everything's fine, you go in as well?
Still is because they seem friendly for me. So.
Yeah. Farron, what do you do?
What would Theron know about Fae at this point?
Do you have... I mean, you do have religion. Do you have, like, folklore or any other
I
skills
have
like that?
history.
Oh, okay. History would be good as well.
Yeah.
How much history do you have?
30.
Yeah, let's roll for it. Why not?
And that's 35.
Oh, yeah, so... You do know that you have to be careful around Fae, but you do not know why. So...
Can I roll again?
If you use your brainstorm points, sure.
Sure, I'll use one.
Yeah.
That's nope. 59.
No, you ponder and ponder. You think you heard your grandpa once tell you of his encounter with a fae, but he was like the worst storyteller ever, and you can't remember what the lesson was that he tried to teach you.
Just rambled on for way too long. Yeah. I follow Sarah in.
Okay. Yeah, you come in. You see, yeah, a small room. Like the cottage itself is like round shaped. There's not much in this cottage other than there's a fireplace where what seems to be a female figure sits in front of, staring into the fire, seemingly unbothered by you entering. And there are two other young female-looking persons that are setting the table with like super delicious looking food. And as you enter, they greet you. And one says so like, please, if you feel comfortable, you can sit down. And she stares directly at you, Joseph. It's like, do you want some food?
Although I don't trust her. Although I trust her, I don't trust her. I deny to eat.
Okay. How about you? You seem like you're facing hard times. Do you want some food? And she's like really staring at you. She rolls for creep as well. Let's see if you can out creep her. Roll.
$81.
She out creeps you. So like she's staring at you. Do you want some food?
What will the food do if I accept?
It will make you less hungry.
What is the food made of?
Food? From the Feylands? She stares at you.
Are there bad consequences for me if I take the food?
Yes.
Are there bad consequences for me if I don't take the food?
No.
Then, no thank you to the food.
Okay.
But
You have an...
Where-
and the other one jumps in. You have an interesting mind. Can I have it?
No, you can't have my mind.
And the Fae turns to you first and is like, do you want some food?
We can take the food.
What?
We can take the food, right?
You could, yeah, it's just there. And she's like, she has like a plate of cut turkey that she holds towards you. It smells really delicious, but she's like staring at you while saying, do you want some food?
Sure, why not? What could possibly go wrong?
Are you
She said-
sure? You heard the exchange that she had where Sarah asked, if I take the food, will it have negative consequences? She said yes. If I don't take the food, will it have negative consequences? She said no.
I take the food, but I don't eat it.
Okay. She leaves the plate in front of you and sits down. It's like, now that is out of the way, would you like to introduce yourself? Who are our fellow guests?
Who wants to begin?
Sir Ashbridge.
Oh, a nobleman. It has been a long time we've seen one of you.
A long time.
Do you know what happened to the other travelers you've seen?
Not many even arrive here. Some You probably seen the poor souls outside, lost in the swamps. Others take their way to Grimoiria, to the castle itself. You can feel that you're cursed beings, aren't you?
Indeed. Is the castle close by?
Somewhat. If you would go through the swamp, you would see it from far away already, but would not help you much, since you can only enter with a key.
Key.
Is the answer to breaking the curse in the castle?
And as you ask that, the person in front of the fire place that was staring into the fire starts to chime up. I weep for our world. Would I have been stronger and wiser, none of the pain and suffering would have happened. But alas, I was young, and as young do, they believe to know what they cannot comprehend. So now I regret. Know, travelers, that many have come before you, and while I wished it isn't so, I have no hope left in me to think you'll be the last. Yet, we have vowed to help any who seek our guidance, any who attempts to break the curse. Take the eastern path out of the swamp. Travel for 3 days east and 2 days north, and you will find a lone tower. If you beg for entrance, it will be granted to you. You will find the key to Castle Grimoiria at its top. With it, you will be granted entrance to the castle. What lies inside, I cannot tell. For many have entered, and none have returned.
When the curse was set across this land, were the Fae also cursed, the ones that lived here?
One of our sisters was the one that spoke the curse on the king's daughter and this land. We tried to contain it, but as you see, it spreads every day a little further. What is at its source, I cannot tell it anymore. What you will find there, I cannot say.
So you also can't say how we can break the curse when we arrive there?
I would assume if the child's still there, and if you find a way to free her, maybe there's a chance.
Yeah, we'll try intuition. if I can see if the fate tell the truth or not.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's super hard. Reading a Fae is hard, so it's difficulty raised by 20.
Okay, so I have a 20 out of 8 then.
20
When
out
the
of
difficulty
8.
is low. Yeah,
What? What? How much intuition do you have?
28. But
Okay,
when the
and-
difficulty is raised by 20, then I have 8.
Yeah, it's 8. 8 or below, yeah.
So everything looks fine for me, and I think the information is trustworthy. Therefore, I propose that we go, as you said, to the east, and after a few days of walk to the north, until we reach the tower.
Does everybody agree?
I agree.
You
I
agree.
thank you for your help.
Be on your way, be safe, and don't eat the food. They do invite you to stay for the night, which they phrase in a way that the Faes would not bind you to this place forever, since staying the night would mean forever in Grimoiria.
Was there's only one night?
Yes. But yeah, they keep you sheltered. They seem to be nice. They're not much of talkers, since every time they would try to talk to you, they would try to lead you astray in their Fae ways, and they don't seem to want to do that. It's just their nature, as they said. and you are rested well. You start your travels eastward, and then 2 days north, and then indeed, after your last days of travel, give me a second. For some music. Right? Yeah, that's right. There we go. You indeed see on top of a hill. There's like you went through a grassy landscape. You now see very much that you're very deep into Grimoiria, since the grass seems like pale in comparison to what you know. The trees seem dead and have no leaves on them, despite being it not too deep into winter that it would be the case. And after a while, you do actually see on top of a hill, needle-like, an old tower rise into the sky. A small, like, wall has been drawn around the hill, and there's like something that looks like a shed that has not been maintained for quite some time. The door is caved in, and like it already leans onto toppling over. And on somewhere, like, there is a small gate set into the stone wall that's also already crumbling, that is in front of you now. What do you want to do?
I would try to investigate the shack first.
Okay. What do the other two do?
So the door to the tower, is it closed? Or is it like on its hinges or
The door itself?
yeah. But there's like no door.
On the tower, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah,
Itself.
yeah.
I'm still assuming that you are a couple meters away on the entrance with the wall. But yeah,
Okay,
like
right.
from what you can see, there's no door. You see a window very much on top of the tower. And there seems to be like black foliage growing from top of the tower downwards. Not all the way down, but it seems like it's kind of like reversed grapevines that would like grow upwards, but it grows from the top down.
Okay. I'm going to have a look around the like surrounding area at the bottom.
Okay. Solian, what do you sorry, Sarah, what do you do?
So that is the tower they spoke of, am I right?
I don't see any other towers around here.
So we should just do what she told us to do?
Just ask, right?
Yes. Beg, not ask. Beg.
So yeah, you, Joseph, you go to the shack, and what you find is an assortment of very old and decrepit gardening tools. Like, there's a hoe there, there's like a shovel there, but the handles itself is like faded and splintered. It doesn't look like you could use them anymore. Some handles are already broken off. There's like some small shovels for gardening work, and you, Farron, as you look around the perimeter, you see what might have been once a garden. Like, you see like rows of things set up, like wooden structures where something could have grown out of, and you see like there were patches of land that were tended to, but not for a very long time.
Well, I'll walk up to the tower.
Okay. Yeah. The tower is really not that big. It's like, I don't know, 3 or 4 meters in diameter at best. So as you walk around the perimeters to check out what's going on there, you don't see a door anywhere. The only thing you see is one window on the top.
Hello? I call.
No answer.
We are just weary warriors who need entrance into the castle to break the curse. I beg of whoever's in the tower Please give us the key to enter.
And you see, as you speak these words, they like echo and are blown away by the wind. You see, like, the black foliage that's growing on top of the tower move a little, and then there's like, slowly but surely, there's like a black strand of these growing things coming down to you and stay there. It's like from the window right to where you are.
Oh, that's quite a climb.
Quite tall. It's not the tallest tower, but it's a good 10, 11 meters, something like that. So if you would fall down from the very top, it would not be a good time.
Who wants to climb up?
I can do it, or I can try it at least.
I tap his shoulder and try to enhance his strength.
Okay. Roll for it.
Dun. That's a 16 and a 68, so no curse
Yeah.
and activates.
What? No curse, but you made it?
Yes, I made it and the curse didn't activate.
Okay, that's good. So yeah, you feel the unnatural strength that you've felt before in the cottage going into you. What do you do, Joseph?
Okay, I put my gear down,
Mhm.
everything except my skinning knife,
Mhm.
and try to get a grip on the wall of the tower. So I don't know if I can grab the dark stuff that it's growing down at.
So yeah, the wall of the tower is rather smooth. It's like it's not the smoothest since it's also worn down by the weather already. But like your fingers can barely get a grasp in between the bricks.
Okay. Then maybe I try to use my knife to get in between. That I've just one more for one once a little bit better grip, and try to climb up the tower.
Okay, yeah, if you do it like that, I would make it difficult. It's difficulty raised by 10, but you get plus 20 because of the spell, so it's a minus. It's a plus 10 instead of a plus 20.
Okay, then
But you can
my
climb.
goal is 38 or lower. Then. 69.
Do you want to use a brainstorm point?
Yeah, sure.
And reroll, my friend. Wow, you're very unlucky. You should use up the dice.
14?
Huh?
14 out
14.
of that yeah, something.
Yeah. So like, you see Joseph like putting his knife into the wall in between the bricks and slowly but surely ascend the wall. Somewhere in the middle, he seems to be almost slipping, but then like catches his grasp again as he makes his way further and further. You see that like, you don't know if it's the wind, but it always seems like this black thing is kind of like waving against you, inviting you to grab it. From what all of you can see, it seems to be like very fine fiber, but it looks like a little bit wet and slimy and sticks together. It looks like a rope that has been untangled and weathered.
And I use fauna flora knowledge to try to figure out what it is.
Sure, roll.
Nope. 89.
Yeah, you have no idea what it is.
Okay. It's just sticky.
Oblivious as ever, you ascend, you scale the tower. What the other two doing while that's happening? What do you do?
Should we follow him?
I mean, I'm not a climber, as you see.
Can't you fly? Do you have magic that you can?
As he says that, I narrow my eyes
I.
and let's see if I get that. I have 11 on fly.
Oh shit! I didn't even know.
He actually has flying, and I was like, so okay, we sent the unlucky huntsman up there. We have the mage that could fly potentially.
Oh god. I don't want to roll. I don't want to roll.
It'd be amazing if this happens.
Did you not? I rolled a 3.
God.
So as you stand there and you say, can't you do a flying thing? He narrows his eyes and does some motions in the air, and his raggedy coat that he has hanging from himself, like, spread out like eagle wings, and he he starts to fly up the tower. Just before Joseph enters the window, you hear wings flapping, and you turn over and you see like Sar like inches from your face.
Oh,
What the
okay. I'll wait down here then.
Hello, good sir. Can I please enter?
Was this directed to me or?
Yes, because you're in front of me.
You reached the window, so you have like a firm grip. You can't slip off unless there's something
Okay.
happening. Yeah. So you're here and you see him there
What the
flapping
hell?
next to you.
Just go in. Don't want to lose my grip here.
Okay, and I go in.
Okay, you go in, and you are in a room that you would describe as a child's room. Like an old bed in the corner, some shelves that once might have been painted but are now like faded already and caved in. You look up, all you see is more of those dark fibers that are hanging into the room. And as you enter, you see that some of the strands in the middle of the room like retract to the roof, and you see a golden key hanging from one of these strands in the middle. What do you do?
I beg of whoever's guarding those keys. Can I please take it?
He's just hanging there.
I slowly go forward.
Yeah.
And try to grab the key.
Yeah. You get to the key, you try to grab it, and like the key loop on top, like the key ring, is like interwoven with a mass of this black fibers, and you try to get the key, but it just doesn't let go of it.
Can somebody... She didn't say anything else for the key. Am I right?
The only one that can hear is Joseph. All Farron sees is a dangling Joseph and you disappearing into the tower.
Yeah, I'm just like, oh, what is going on?
I would try to climb in.
Yeah, you can. You manage to. You see the same thing.
And I just try.
While as you climb into the window, the only thing that you notice that is a bit weird is that the strand that was like hanging out of the window is like retracting now and entering the mass of fibers on top.
Okay. And I just try and say, please give us the key.
Still hanging there.
Okay, then I would go to the key and try to cut it off.
Okay. As you go to the key, you take out your knife, and you cut through the rather tough fibers that hang down here. And you manage to do just that. As you cut off the key, you hear a rumbling go through the tower as these fibrous strands hanging into the room start to like shake. Even you, faring down at the tower bottom, you can see that something's happening as the whole rooftop seems to be standing up, and as it does, you two that are in the room see that a humongous, vaguely humanoid creature, completely like covered in this black sludgy fibers, is standing up, and two red eyes are gazing at you. What do you do?
bag it, bag it, bag it.
So yeah, Joseph, you have the key in.
Yeah.
And as it is like completely authorized, you Farron, you see this as well. It seems to be like a disfigured female form with like long black hair covering almost all of its body, and it cries out, and one of its hands start coming towards you. What do you do?
I throw the key out the window
Okay.
and just position myself to strike with the knife, but don't attack immediately.
Okay. Thar, what do you do?
We beg of you, let us go to break the curse and free us all from its evils.
And as you say this, the hand crashes down on the floor. You are like in between the thumb and the pointing finger where it doesn't hit you. You, Joseph, are far away, and it screams and screams and screams, and takes another swing.
Okay, out, I jump. Do I
Sure.
still have my wings?
Like where yeah, you still have your wings. Where the hand is like falling down on the floor is caving in, and you,
jump
Fern,
out
you
the
can
window.
hear a rumble go through the tower. As you see the whole situation from outside, and you see like an object flying out of the window.
What the? You
Okay.
get up there?
All you can hear is like the shrieking cry of this beast that is on top of the tower, and another hand coming crashing down. But before that happens, what do you do, Joseph? What do you do,
Okay.
Sar?
I will also I'm so bad with names, it's horrible. Tsar,
Yeah.
get out of there, and I try to avoid the crushing hand.
Okay. Do you have dodging or anything that could help you there?
No, I have just a fighting skill, so no.
Okay, yeah, take the half of your fighting skill.
Okay.
Unless your physical is higher than...
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So yeah, he says, Star, get out of here, as boom, the hand smacks down on him. And you take 90 damage.
90?
90 damage.
19. Okay.
90, 9-0, 90.
Oh.
Okay, then I'm left with 2 health.
Yeah. So yeah, you hear the cracking of bones and the shattering of more wooden floor as the hand rises up. You see like the mangled remains of Joseph there. You can see him barely breathe. What do you do?
So he can't jump out the window.
No,
Am I right?
there's no way.
I will cast a spell of shielding in front of me and try to reach him and grab him and just jump out the window.
The creature is like taking on for another swing. It seems to move rather slowly. Yeah. So you'd have time enough to get to him. That's not a problem because you're in far away.
I want to get to him, grab him, and just jump out the window.
Okay. Yeah, you can make that. Make me a physical roll. Yeah, make me a physical roll.
Not flying.
No. You are still magically flying. That works. The question is, can you hold on to him? So yeah, Farron, what do you do?
That's a 91 out of 2.
Okay, so yeah, you grab him, and you jump out the window. Your magical wings barely being able to carry the both of you as you descend rapidly, but in a somewhat safe manner. While at the halfway point, Farron, you can see that Sar is struggling to hold on to what seems to be an unconscious Joseph as he lets him slip. What do you do?
Oh no. I gotta get ready to catch him.
Okay. Do you have like reflexes or just physical?
It might just be a physical, I think.
Yeah, well then.
Yep. Okay. Let's see. Nah, nope. That's an 83.
Oh, do you still have a brainstorm point?
I am gonna use one. I'm gonna use one.
Okay.
I will roll again. Nope. Nope. No, 66.
66. Yeah, you try to catch him. He lands on top of you, not really breaking his fall. Joseph, last chance. You make me a physical roll, whether or not your body can handle the last remaining bits of struggle.
18 out of 18.
Oh wow, yeah, okay, you land. You're on 1 HP, but if you don't get help quick, it's over soon. So like you're out of it. Your body took everything that it could to the maximum. You're barely breathing. You're on top of Farron as Sar comes flying down. You can hear another screaming from the top as the creature starts to slowly climb down the tower, leaving like imprints with its fingers in the tower as it comes down. Showering all of you with brick and mortar, but nothing hits you. It's like it makes a low thump as like bricks fall down beside you, Farron. What are you guys doing? Like Joseph's out of it.
Or like, just
Burn, grab Joseph, and I wanna while we run. So
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be difficult. I wanna close wounds on Joseph so he gets first aid.
Who got the key?
Oh fuck, nobody.
no, I was too busy trying to catch. Uh-oh. I saw where it went though, like vaguely, right?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so I want to know what you do right now.
I
Okay.
look at.
You go grab the key. I will tend to Joseph.
Okay, good. I was gonna suggest the same thing. I run for the key.
Alright, do you have perception, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, roll me perception. You roll me cure wounds and your curse.
Nope. So 59.
That's a brain point.
Okay.
That looks better.
Okay.
Curse doesn't trigger. Okay, I did
Alright.
it.
Okay, cool. A second. Right. Okay, Joseph, you regain 21 HP as Sar is taking out all the stops. She's like ritualizing all around you as your bones start to move, fiddle, and get back into each other and make what was once powder back to structural bone. Like most of your integrity has been reestablished as you cry out in pain and take a breath of life. You're still very, very weak. You have all your physical stuff until you can rest and tend to your wounds a bit more is now halved for now. But you can move. You can move.
Okay.
Yeah.
I try to crawl as fast away from the tower as I can.
That's a good idea. All right. So yeah, you see Farron standing in this what was once a garden, frantically trying to find this stupid key, but not making it. As you hear Farron behind you, a thud as the creature is like jumping down the last couple of meters and starts to chase after Sar and Joseph. You see Joseph crawling towards the gate, and Sar, what do you do?
How far away is it? Do I have time for another cast before it comes to me?
No, it would get you if you just stay there now.
Okay, then I want to run while I cast Find Key.
Okay. Good idea.
Think
Good idea. Good idea. All right. Yeah,
Spell, man.
it's difficulties increased by 10.
By 10? Okay. That's a 19, and my... That's 100. It doesn't trigger.
No, what?
No, it doesn't trigger. My
Oh, the
curse
curse
is
doesn't
100.
trigger, but you made the spell.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. You see, like, 2 meters left of Farron, in the dirt. There's like a silver beacon shooting into the sky. That's the key that you're looking for.
Yes, I run bolt towards it. I got it, and then just run away.
Yeah, like Sar runs at you, stops shortly to grab the key. You turn around and you see like face to face with that creature. As you, I guess, turn tail and run as well.
I'm gonna like hold my ground and give them time to get away while I try and fend it off.
Ooh, okay. So yeah, it raises one of its ginormous hands and smashes you and your shield and like baseballs you across the area as you fly over the small stone wall into the dirt there. You take 42 damage.
Okay.
As you land there, bones cracking and gasping for air as you're so unwinded. Your shield is like has a sizable indentation. As you run out of the gate through the stone walls, the creature on all fours starts to come towards you, and you see Farron it getting closer and closer, approaching the stone wall, as with a sudden smash and a blue light that shoots across the sky, it gets yanked back to the tower. As you notice that it has a sizable chain around its neck. There's like some magic force that is around the tower that makes it impossible for it to leave. As it gets yanked back to the tower, it starts to shout and scream in a pitiful cry as it starts to walk back up to its tower, and after a while settles down, and the tower is looking a little worse for wear, but just the same way as you found it.
And good riddance to you. Have a good day.
Do you need help, my friend?
Yes. Yes, I do. Please.
Do you want another artistic approach?
Just a straightforward approach. Just
Okay.
fix it, please.
I'll try my best. Oh no, another brain point. We don't want to kill it.
Is that the last one, I think, right?
No, I have 3.
Okay.
Uh,
Okay, now as we approach the ending of our second to last scene, I would urge the chat again to either curse or bless our players with !V cursed or !V blessed. Yeah, keep going.
okay, 31, so curse doesn't trigger, and a 44 out of 60, so it's working.
Okay, it's working.
V cursed or V blessed, not just we.
Yes. !V for vote, and then cursed or blessed afterwards.
And Bear, I hate you.
Yeah, Farron, you get 27 life points back.
27.
Yeah, last chance, people, to curse or bless, as we... Oh, there's someone for blessing. That's good. Yeah, I'll leave you then. So yeah, you lick your wounds. You're still all shaken. You, Joseph, are... You were as close to death as you have ever been. Also, good playing Farron there. If you would have run away, I would have triggered the curse on you, because that's not knightly to run away from danger. But you took it like a champ. But yes, you start... You get back on the road. You take a couple days to rest in this cursed land. As you can see on the horizon from the lone tower that you just were in, the castle of Grimoiria throning on a mountain. And this is your next destination. You regenerate 20 health points, I would say, each of you, since I would assume that during the couple of days Thar would try to heal you, or you would try to patch up yourself, and I'll just like we're just gonna skip that a bit. What's the state on everyone? How much HP do we have left?
I'm back up to 56 now, thankfully.
Okay.
I'm back to 42.
Okay. And Zar?
Should be fuller.
I guess
Oh,
so. He
maybe.
didn't take too much damage. I mean, the wolf got him bad, but wasn't too bad.
Yes, I'm full.
Yeah, full. All right, that's good. So,
But I think I lost my equipment now at the tower.
What?
Because before I climbed the
Oh,
tower,
yeah.
I put my equipment down.
oh yeah,
So
you don't
I
have your
now
equipment anymore.
don't
Yeah,
have my hunting rifle or beer trap.
yeah,
Just
you lost.
my water bag and my skinning knife is left.
And the chat was merciful. Valerius coming in with a blessing. You have been blessed, my friends. Your curse is getting reduced by 10 points. So it's down to 20, and you roll one last time for me.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not your curse is going to
Thank
trigger.
you, my Zelda brother.
12,
52.
so the curse hits.
42.
So just give me a second. So Joseph's curse hits, right?
Yep.
Star's curse doesn't. Zero's curse is doing what?
I got a 52, so now.
So my cat are going apeshit since it's way past dinner time. We're gonna take a 1 minute break so I can feed the cats so they do not destroy my whole interior, and then we're back for the finale. Is that okay?
Yep.
Thank you everyone for participating so far, and see you in just a minute. And we're back, everyone. After
Hello.
a short break, getting some more drink and satiating the hunger of the beast so they do not destroy my sofa. We are back in the grim and dark fairy tale world of Grimoiria, as our players barely escaped the beast from the Lone Tower. They now have the key to enter Castle Grimoiria, which is said to be the source of the first curse of this land, and might hold the salvation they are seeking. As they patch themselves up from the pain and wounds that they have been inflicted on from their previous days of journey, they are now making their way up the mountain to Castle Grimoiria. And as you do, you step on a winding dirt road. What once was as presumably like a cobblestoned road up the mountain to the castle is now basically left over with debris. You find some abandoned carts just laying by the roadside as you encroach nearer and nearer to the castle that is throning above you. And so you find yourself in the front gates of Castle Grimoiria, set on a hillside. Left of you, cliffs that go down very sharply and steep. And the castle itself seems to be like covered in stems and stems and stems of roses that are climbing up the walls, filling the what once was probably the ravine. I think it's the castle ravine is like the where the water is to keep people away. I think that's the word. I hope. And yeah, you stand there. The way to the gate, like the drawbridge, is set so you can walk past it. But what you can see from this distance already is like a big rune engraved lock, which has the same color, like the same golden material that the key is made out of, that you have in your possession. So what do you want to do?
Did the face say something about specially entering the key? Do I need to warm it up first? Do I need to say something to it first? Do I need lube? Do I need to take it on a first date before I enter something in
Just
it?
put the fucking key in the lock. We're traveling for weeks now.
Then you do it. Give me the
Grab the key and put it in. Turn it around.
Okay. Before we enter, can I get a refresher on whose curse got triggered for this scene and whose doesn't?
My triggered.
Yours triggered. Okay.
Nope.
Alright. You walk inside of the castle gates of Grimoiria. The inside of the castle itself seem, at least to you, Farron, as you were on the court many times before, not in Grimoiria but in general, it seems like an orderly kept courtyard. There are bushes that seem to be a bit unkempt, where like roses sprout out of that seem to be like not kept in check. But other than that, it seems like any other place you've been to, other than the walls being covered by roses. The thing that you notice is that the rosebuds themselves seem to not be like in bloom. They seem to be like buds still.
Mhm.
And you walk in and it is dead silent. What do you do?
What do I see?
You see what must have been once a very, very lavish and impressive courtyard garden with like bushes that were trimmed into shapes of animals and whatnot, but you can see only like hints of what they used to be, as they are now basically covered and tangled by roses. The pathways themselves is like with keys, small stones that you use for pathways. I don't know what they're called in English, I'm sorry, but yeah, you see like
Cobblestones.
yeah, cobblestones would be like a bit bigger, but like small, fine fine-grained
Like a
stones.
mosaic or so.
Yeah, something like that. It's like loose, like they just like put it there, and made a pathway out of that, and that many of those pathways go through the courtyard. You can see several doors that are on the courtyard of different areas of the castle itself. You cannot see any person there, at least not from where you are, and you can't hear anything. Gravel. Gravel is what I was looking for, the word. Yeah, gravel, like gravel paths.
Because I'm now undergeared, I would turn around at the gate and search for entrance to the watchtower, because normally they have weapons there. So.
Yeah, as you turn around and see the gate of the watchtower, even that is like covered in roses and seems to be like not closed, since roses are growing inside and outside. It's hard to tell, it's so entangled. But as you like push against the door, rip off some of those thorns, you can see that the guards are covered in these thorns. They're like wrapped in them, and they seem like they're sleeping there. Like one even has like his spear still in his hand, covered in the stuff, still in gear. He looks healthy, like the skin looks normal, but he's sleeping.
Try to grab the weapons of this guard without touching the roses.
No, that's almost impossible.
Okay.
Like I wouldn't know. Like the whole room is like filled and covered with it, and they themselves are wrapped in it. You can take it out. So like if you pull at it, you could get it out, but not without touching any roses.
Okay, then I try it anyway, even with touching the roses.
Yeah. Do you want the spear and the sword, or do you prefer one or the other?
Yeah, I will try to get both, because if we're in the castle, the spear might be a little bit too bulky.
So yeah, you like go in there, you get a little scratches from the roses, but it's like nothing major. And you just like pull out the spear, and you reach around, fiddle around with the sword, and you can take it out of the hilt. No, it's not the hilt. Hilt is a part of the sword, but yeah, you know what I mean.
With my newly gained weapons, I step back outside.
Yeah, you see him disappear. You hear some like leaves rushing, and then he comes back with the spear and the sword.
Oh, you got things to hit things now. That's good.
So where might this one creature be?
Inside somewhere, probably.
Yeah, maybe we should search the castle now.
Yeah. I'd like you, Joseph, to make a notice check, and I'd like you to do a perception check, Farron.
Okay.
19 out of 55.
19 out of 55, alright.
98.
98, okay. So yeah, as you are admiring, Farron, the what must have been once impressive brushwork, you don't notice anything out of the ordinary as you make your way through the courtyard. As Joseph starts to stop and like motions you to stop, and then looks up and sees that in one of the towers you can see light. Like way up, and you can see like roses of roses growing up there, but you can see like the glass windows that encase this tower, that there's light up there.
Seems illuminated. Maybe we should start our search there.
Yeah. It's as good as plan. That's a better plan than I had.
What was your plan?
To just wander aimlessly until we find the damn thing.
Yeah, then let's see what way
Sure.
leads there.
Sure, let's go.
Okay. As you walk, you don't have any perception skills, right? Sorry.
Only the notice.
That's alright. It's just trying to check. So what are the options? And so yeah, you wander around a little bit, and as you
I'm
walk,
good with birds. Are there any birds?
let me check. High or low?
Oh, it's high.
No.
Okay.
nothing. Doesn't seem to be anything around. Yeah, as you start making your way into the castle, you see that the roses are not only growing on the outside, but also on the inside, covering basically everything of its interior and basically every spot of the walls there. Sometimes, if you look into certain rooms, you can see people there. Like, you pass by what must have been like the festival hall, where there were still tables set, and there were people there. And everything's covered in roses and thorns, and even there are some people there that are seemingly just sleeping, just like the guards you saw just. But now you all see that as well.
Like, sort of like...
Thank you for the follow.
They were mid-feast, and it just happened?
Yeah, kind of looks like it, yeah. It's like, it looks like they were in their everyday routine, so you also pass by some guards that are standing in the hallways, just be seemingly patrolling there, but they're like covered and they seem to be sleeping, like standing up, leaned against the spears, holed up by these thorn bushes.
Does the roses don't seem to like originate from anywhere? Like they're not creeping down from the roof, or
do you have
like
any...
they're just everywhere?
Yeah, they're everywhere. They're basically everywhere, yeah.
Okay.
Whether or not
gotcha.
they originate from somewhere, do you have any, like, fauna or flora skills?
Nope.
I do.
Joseph does, so you can roll.
I
if you
try
wanna.
to inspect where the stems of the roses get thicker.
Yeah.
You have to be thankful for one thing. At least nothing tried to eat us yet.
They all look the same to me, so I have no idea from which way they grow in.
Okay, so yeah. Failed again. Did you ever, like, manage one of the knowledge rolls that you have? He really is
Knowledge,
unlucky. And
intuition,
as he's trying to go through the halls, inspecting the roses very carefully, acting like an adult that he is, trying to come up with some kind of plan or idea what's happened here, you start to see him, like, shrink. Like, he's standing there, and the spear gets longer in comparison to him, and everything seems to, like, he seems to shrink and his clothes stay the same, as he now seems to be about 10 years younger than before.
Not 40.
What?
Like, he seems very much younger than before.
I feel a little bit stronger.
These...
Certainly a few things don't hurt as much anymore, yeah.
Is it like obvious that it's part of his curse?
Yeah, I've never told you
It's not
about my
it's not subtle. Yeah.
No, okay, right, okay.
Why did you just became like a toddler again?
He's in his best years now.
He looks fine. What are you talking about?
Everything younger than me is a toddler.
How old are you?
As old as the trees in my garden.
When did you plant them?
My parents planted them when I was born. That's why I'm old as them. That's...
Helpful, thanks.
I know, right?
Joseph, roll for your curse, because you think you're too adult for this shit.
I rolled over the curse.
Okay, yeah, nothing happens.
I just ignore it.
Yeah.
And follow the path leading to this one illuminated window.
Yeah, you are like carefully and with as much attention as you can moving through the castle, but there doesn't seem to be anything. You don't hear anything moving other than the wind blowing through the thorns. As you manage to find the ways upstairs to the tower, it seems to be that whatever room up there is the only room that's there, since there's a winding staircase going for what feels like an eternity, also overgrown with thorns. before you come to a halt before a very bulky looking wooden door. It's just like it's leaned against the door frame. It doesn't seem to be closed, and light is shining from within.
Okay, I try to push the door open.
You close the door because it's open outwards.
Okay, then I
Sorry.
open.
Yeah. You open the door, and what you see is a young, noble woman, dressed in a very lavish-looking dress, sleeping on top of a bed of roses. Like the roses are like covering a bed. She lays on top of it, and where her head is, like growing on top of the bed, is a blooming rose that is emitting a deep red light, which is what you saw from down below. And she seems to be sleeping there peacefully.
Is this person a figure Theron might recognize?
Roll for history or nobility. Do you have anything like that?
I have history.
History. Yeah. It's for you. You get a bonus of +20. It's not a hard thing to tell. But
Okay, that is still not good enough by 2 points.
oh, that's so close. Yeah,
Yeah,
she
so
seems
close.
vaguely familiar. You think you've seen pictures of her, like drawn pictures of her. Just try to figure out the way the word for Gemälde in English. It's starting to get late. I'm sorry. But yeah, you think you've seen her before already in either of one of your depictions of history books or in some like art gallery or something, but you couldn't place her quite. Your gut feeling tells you that this might just be the Princess of Grimoiria.
This might be her. Possibly.
I try to remember what the source of the curse was. If there's something how to break the curse.
Sorry, I just had to explain something in chat. What did you say?
I try to remember what was told about the curse, how to break it, or what the source of it is.
There were many whispers and rumors how you could break the curse of the Child of Grimoiria. Many say the strongest force that can act against curses and nightmares is pure love. But how to show that or how to like portray that is something that you wouldn't know.
Yeah, I look at the sleeping girl and I'm unsure what to do. My first intention would be to cut the rose off, but I'm not sure if this helps or worsens the situation. So I'm just staring at her.
Did we get a hint on what to do now?
You could roll for arcane knowledge if you want to.
Oh, true. I could.
You do know stuff. You blow stuff up, but you also know stuff sometimes.
No, I don't want to. Do I want to use my last brain point?
Gotta decide it for yourself.
We could use them some otherwise. No, that's a 95.
95.
No shit.
No, you have no idea how to break a curse with love, but as you look upon the fair maiden's face, you do admit that you now understand what true beauty would look like, as it's a young girl, untouched by time, laying there, sleeping peacefully, and you kind of feel good watching her.
I'll go over to her and kneel down and kiss her forehead.
Okay. Give me a second. Very chivalrous, not on the mouth. Give me a second to prepare. As you approach the sleeping girl, you kneel down. You find hold on the hilt of your sword. You move forward, kissing her forehead. You can feel her embracing you. You too see that she is like awake, wrapping her arms around Farron. But additionally to her arms, the whole bunch of roses that she's laying on is like snapping and starting to wrap around Farron, as she is as she is returning the kiss in a much different way. As she's looking for your lips in your embrace, she starts to force down a thorny stem of a rose stem into your mouth, deep into yourself, and starts drinking your blood. As you die hideously, the last thing that you see is her pristine look fade away, and all you can see is a demon made out of roses and thorns. Before the dark embrace gets you, and you are like crashed out of your body as a specter, seeing your own body getting devoured by that hideous beast. What did the other two do?
Okay,
Fireball!
at the top of her head there was this one glowing rosa.
Yes.
I tried to cut this one.
Okay. Make a roll.
What should I roll? Fighting?
Fighting. Yeah, fighting.
99 out of 43. I think I will re-roll with one brain point.
Yes. Do that.
50. And yeah. I can't re-roll because I already used another one, so I'm out of brain points at this moment.
So did you make it or not?
No,
just so
I
we know. You didn't. Okay. So, Star, as you see Farron getting devoured by this creature, Joseph is taking to arms, jumps over the bed, tries to get to this glowing rose, but gets snapped back by many roses wrapping themselves around him, like pulling him up and leaving him hanging there. What do you do, Sar?
Fireball!
Okay. Roll for fireball and for your curse.
What percentage curse are we again?
20% of curse. So it's 10% for you for just casting.
So 27 fireball. That
works.
Through, and 16 curse.
No, that's fine. You only have 10 because you have 20 half by, so it's okay. It's not a curse trigger.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so Sar is shooting a fireball at this blue rose. But what happens instead is that the creature lets go of Farron, whose dead body slumps to the ground, empty inside, and takes the fireball, starts screaming as all the walls covered in roses start to shake, and the rosebuds start to bloom. What do you do? Yeah, you Farron, you're a ghost specter. You see those two acting things out.
It's cool. I'm gone.
Yeah, you're gone. Yeah. What do you do, you two?
Because the roses grabbed me, I tried to throw my spear at this one glowing rose.
Okay. You can try.
Okay, should I do fighting or shooting?
You don't
Or
do
because
shooting,
throwing,
but reduced by 20 since you're not like used to throwing
okay,
weapons.
so it's 5 points better than in fighting still when,
Yeah.
when it's used. 36 out of 48.
Oh yeah. Okay, you throw your spear. The creature, still writhing in pain from the fireball that Sar has thrown at it, is not aware of what's happening as the spear slips by an inch and nails the blue flower to the wall. The flower immediately starts to wilt, and the creature screams out in pain as all the roses burst open at once in a shower of red-colored mist that is now throughout the air. It's hard to breathe for you. You all get covered in what you would deduce as blood, as the whole roses start to cave in on the room and the things that they grow out of. What do you do? So like the whole room starts to come down.
With the walls of it.
Yeah, with the walls, like the roses contract, the stems contract, the roses burst open, like they bloom, and then they like explode in a red mist, and
But
then
they're
the whole.
still grabbed by this.
No, you're not trapped
bubble.
anymore. It left you. Yeah. So like
Okay.
as you hit your spear, you can feel that the stems let go of you, as the whole thing happens. Sorry.
Okay, grab Star and run out of the room.
All right. Do an athletics roll, or physical if you don't have athletics, or
Physical.
anything that tells you that you can run fast. You can roll for flying if you want to, Sar.
Yeah.
Now I failed with 67 out of 18.
Because my flying with 11 is better than my physical 2. Whoop! 14.
14. Okay, yeah, you take flight. As Joseph is dragging you down the stairways. You take the next possible way out of the window, fly out. As you can feel like sparks flying out of you that you cannot control, like fireballs flying, creating sparks in the air as something happens to you that you don't quite understand. Joseph, you like, what did you roll? What did you?
I failed with
Oh,
67.
you failed. Yeah. As Sar is flying out of the window, you try to run away from the caving in mass of thorns. Just before you reached the downstairs, you fall down as the mass of roses is burying you under them. All you feel is the stinging pain of roses digging into your flesh before you faint once again, and for the last time, as you feel yourself in the darkness, still existing somehow, but not quite there anymore. And as Sar is flying, roses, like stems of roses, try to snatch at you. You can see that in the whole courtyard there, the people started to move. You can now see that on their backs there's like stems of roses growing out of it or into it. It's hard to say. And they like keel over, their eyes popping in blood, and they lay down dead. Everything is showered in a red mist of these exploding rosebuds. As you fly across Grimoiria, you see it cave in more and more, crumble more and more, and you can see how the whole tumor of roses that was there starts to wither away, and you go on all fours for your last time as you yank back, and a shot of arcane energy leaves your body, and you can feel this inner turmoil, this inner thing that was like disturbing you in your magic casting suddenly gone, as you stay there seeing Castle Grimoiria crumble and fall to pieces. And this is the end of our story tonight, everyone.
Hey.
Remember me.
As I stand there, I just look at the castle and say, well, at the end, even the castle got eaten.
And with that,
Just turn around and go home.
and with that, we leave the lands of Grimoiria. We return to ourselves, and this is the end of Happily Ever After. We had one survivor.
Yay!
One of us survived.
You were all incredible. You played really, really well. Your characters were really cool, and I hope you enjoyed this. A little bit of fucked up twist on European fairy tales, and yeah, European fairy tales mostly.
First one was Red Riding Hood.
Little Red Riding Hood. Yep. If you would have asked her
Then-
names, she said that most people just call her Little Red.
And Hansel and Gretel.
Yeah.
Then the princess in the tower.
Yep. Rapunzel.
Rapunzel.
Yep.
But why was she attacking us?
So, yeah, now we can, even in chat, if you have questions, you can now ask them. I'll try to answer them. So, Rapunzel was chained up there to protect the key so nobody got the key. Because getting into Grimoiria, into the castle, is almost certainly death. It makes the curse stronger. That's why it's getting worse. That heroes try to get in there and then get eaten by this rose demon that was once the king and queen's daughter. And every time she devours another hero, the curse gets worse, and like Grimoiria, like the curse area grows. So the Faes protected the key, that only those that are strong enough to maybe overcome the demon would get the key from Rapunzel, and then maybe end the curse. That's why she attacked you, because she was there to protect the key, and she couldn't leave because she was chained to the tower. That was my reasoning behind it.
But as always, thank you for the story.
Thank you for playing with me.
It was wonderful playing with you.
I hope it
Also
wasn't too
wonderful
gruesome.
playing with my fellow comrades who didn't survive. I'm sorry.
They tried their best, but you were really unlucky, Pollux. Like those dice were so against you. I'm so sorry.
You got
Like in all the other pen and papers, happens the same.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
Oh, it was really nice. Glad you liked it, Miraclone. Glad you liked it. Yeah, this was meant as a Halloween one-shot for last year, but it got a bit delayed. But I'm glad I delayed it, because you three were wonderful together. And like I always say, I rather wait for awesome people to play with rather than just doing it. And I don't regret the decision. And I'm sorry, Farron, but like you were the first one to pick up on the clue that you have to kiss her, and it's like the person that kisses her gets devoured. That's just what it is.
That's how it played out. That's fine. I took the risk.
Oh, that's really good. Two scenes that we haven't played, because I was like pondering whether or not an extra scene would happen in the woods. I depended, like, the first scene that you get would always be
Before
your
you do
choice.
that, can you make more shallow music? Because I
Oh.
get my anxiety still up. I just want to run.
All right, give me a second. Let's get some lo-fi in here. I think you can all unwind after this. So, give me a second, and then
My baby lives. I was absolutely prepared of him dying.
I was like, if any of those characters that you gave me would die, it's probably that guy. And for some reason, you rolled like a champ. I was like, you
Can
had
you
the
fly?
social skill good with birds. It's like, that guy is not surviving this round.
The flying skill, it wasn't that high. It wasn't a joke. I was prepared to not fly at the tower, and I rolled a 3. The dice wanted me to fly.
I was like, oh, what are you going to do? Fly? Use your magic to fly? And you were like, well, yes, actually.
It's so amazing. Like, I think he literally forgot that he could do it. So good. Just let me get the music down here, because otherwise you won't hear it. Does that work? Do streams work and watch together? I would
No,
assume they
true.
do.
If we would have magic goods, the whole campaign would be over at that point. It would just be frantic goose.
To be honest, good with birds is a good social skill. Have you met a goose? You want to be on their good side. So yeah, for anybody who missed the beginning, I will immediately download the VOD and upload it to YouTube. You can find my YouTube stuff in the Discord. So once this is up, you will find it in the Discord as well. Would be happy to have some new faces in the Discord, because this is definitely not gonna be the last pen and paper I'm ever doing. But I now have to wait for more ideas. So now, like, 2 pen and papers back to back were a bit much for me. I don't want to put a repeat on that. But I enjoyed both sessions immensely. Even game mastering in English, this was my second session. game mastering in English, and I think it went quite well, aside from the hiccups with the gravel and reef rooftop and whatnot.
It was actually really good, man. It was really
thank
good. Yeah.
Hiccups with the gravel. You didn't know one word, don't
Yeah. Yeah. The scene in the forest, because there's one scene that I found incredibly interesting, but it unfortunately didn't come up. So like the first scene, I always said you're going to decide this based on which path you take. So there were 3 different options. And then I said, so yeah, if you're like deciding to not engage, but you could have chosen not to go into the cottage and then nothing would have happened. You'd just go on. And then I would have like done another scene in the forest that you might pick up or not. Or if we're quick, then maybe I add someone. But path number 1 would have given you an encounter with Rumpelstiltskin. Sitting by a fire and just cheekily talking with you, and he would say, I'll show you the way, I show you the way to the Fays if you sign this contract and whatnot. And if you would have done so, he would have said, so yeah, I said I'd show you the way. I didn't say in what state you were gonna be in, and then try to like murder you, because everything tried to murder you in the setting. And the third one, like the middle path that Joseph almost took was the one that I was kind of a little bit hoping for, because you would have gone through the cottage of Snow White and the 7 dwarfs, which would be the person that Joseph has killed in character, and would have been the person that you have not protected. So as soon as you would go there, something would have triggered and you would have realized who you are and whatnot. And Snow White was actually after Joseph killed her, because that's literally what was in the script, that Pollux is choosing that character, fit so incredibly well by accident. But after he killed Snow White, she kinda like put the curse on him, but she also like grasped to life to get revenge, and she became a lich, and she killed the 7 dwarfs, and they're now her minions. So if you would have gone there, you'd have seen like a tree with red apples, and if you would have taken like the apple, she would have come out and noticed you. Or if you like go there and talk too loudly, she would have noticed you, and then she would have summoned the 7 dwarfs from their graves to kill you. That was the other scene that hasn't happened.
1 would have been an awesome scene. 2, I'm still glad I went the other one. We would have died right there. If not the 7 dwarfs, as soon as you realize that you are the reason that he's discriminated, you would have killed each other.
Probably. I was like, oh, this is gonna be interesting how how those two would like settle the difference there. But it was good either way. So Hansel and Gretel were Hansel was just like a sadomasochistic piece of shit, and in my mind, what Hansel and Gretel, they killed the witch, and Gretel picked up the witch's craft, and she's now like a warlock. That's why she had like fire magic and whatnot, and yeah, they were just like trapping people and murdering them for fun. And for sustenance, because they were actually eating the people. So if you would have gone through the other door, you would have found the butcher shop of Hansel with a half dissected corpse still hanging from the ceiling. But I love the moment where Sarah just like sat down and like casually looked under what's under the blanket.
It's like, no, I don't want to be here now.
They look like normal people.
Right, we're trying to feed us humans.
It's so funny that this running gag was just like fitting so well for so many times. Like, yeah, my first RPG in German was a little rough for me, so I'm definitely impressed by anyone who can also GM in a foreign language. Yeah, I'm rather good with English, but I've never had to do GMing in English, so this is a great practice, and I want to get better at it and do more stuff. Yeah. What was your side of the coin? How did you like it?
Oh, I really enjoyed it. There were some good moments, actually. I found it a little like a... Oh, go on.
I'm kind of sad that my character... It's not dead, but I don't play my character because I absolutely love him now that I play him.
Maybe Zara will have a return at some point.
Yes.
We'll see.
It's just going to be like an immensely powerful hermit in the middle of the woods somewhere in the next campaign.
Yeah. That would be great. That constantly asks you if you want to eat him. Without giving context why he asks
Yeah,
that.
yeah. So what are you talking about?
No, we're not cannibals. Well,
And he's just like, I've seen things.
yeah.
I've seen roses eating a fucking castle.
And deep throating a knight.
and defrosting a night.
How was it for you, Pollux? Because you were a bit.
I really enjoyed Little Red Riding Hood at the beginning.
Oh.
So it's, yeah, she was quite funny. But also the others encounters as well were quite well. So Hansel and Gretel had the right horror feeling for me, I think.
Oh, that's good.
But it's hard to not meta game, so it just
True.
yeah, I'm just stupid. I just trust.
No, you played it so perfectly. The dice were against you, but you played it like I'm going with this. Like the dice tell me nothing's wrong.
So
it's nothing wrong.
What will happen? But yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Go on.
So yeah, that was Happily Ever After. A pen and paper stream in the making for half a year already, so kinda. Yeah, thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you chat for voting to bless or to curse our plays. You were really nice. Like the first one was a curse and the other ones were just blesses. Yeah.
Thank you all. I love you all, except you, Bear.
Oh. The shade.
Damn you, background.
Yeah, he was cursing you. Like he was, how does this work? I want to curse the Zero. But yeah, I want to do more pen and papers with more interaction, because last time was more a pen and paper from me and my birthday, dealing with my family's history, how my grandfather left Budapest during the Hungarian Revolution. If you want to see that as well, link is in the Discord. It's also like 3.5 hours long. It's in English, so no problem. Also, this will be on YouTube if that's fine for everyone that's here, because if you say no, then I'll like upload it privately just for the Discord. And
Yep, that's fine.
yeah, the next couple times I have a couple of ideas, but I will need time. It's gonna be a busy time for me in the future, but I hope to get another pen and paper stream going, and I hope that a lot of people like now are there interacting with us. And thank you very much to all three of you for all your efforts, for enduring me and for enduring the story and for role-playing like champions. Yeah. With that, do you want to say something to chat to end to close out on?
If you want to have a chance to get into the next pen and paper and be a player in the next pen and paper, come on Discord.
Yeah. So if you want to shape what pen and papers be like, because I have some concepts that are very community driven, so maybe not gonna say that it's gonna happen anytime soon, but I'm toying around with an idea of an basically open pen and paper where people can just hop in and off Discord as they please and roleplay a little bit, but I have to come up with a good concept to actually make that work and interesting to watch and participate in. But yeah, that's one concept flying around in my head. Another is another historical setting, but this time we're going way back to the Romans, where the chat is kind of the citizenry of Rome, and the players would be gladiators. So the chat could bet on you whether or not you make your fights, and then like gift you things or buy you for an evening, and then different things would happen during the plot. But that's also in the very early beginning stages.
I'm so ready for that.
But yeah, with that, closing out. Tomorrow is our general game development stream. I will be here at 16:30, so if you'd like to hang out, still have questions about this pen and paper or anything at all, really, I'd like to hang out. And I guess it's already late. I hope it's not too spooky for you now to go to bed. And yeah, thank you my bestest players that I could hope for, and thank you for the bestest chat that I could hope for, and see you next time when horrible things happen on this stream. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.